Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Oops, sorry, that's me.
Let me
I'll be right
check in
back.
with our.
I'll be right
Okay,
back.
so Steve, you can hear us. We can hear you.
Yeah,
That's
thank
good.
you.
I think Greg has muted his computer.
We're gonna
So,
do it
welcome
again
everyone
here.
to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 27th. Happy early Halloween. So we have here in the room a quorum, which is getting less and less rare. But I'm your chair for the BOCC, Callie McNicholas Curry. We have Vice Chair Patty Clapper here, Greg Poshman. Steve Child is joining us on Zoom, and Francie Jacober will be arriving late, but in time for the event of the day, which is our Pandora's rezoning discussion. We do have several items prior to that, so let's check in. John Peacock, do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if we have any public comment for items that are not public hearings today. We do have several public hearings, and the public will have an opportunity at that time to address the board. So I'm looking for public comment for items not on the agenda. And would you like to come out with us? And we'll have you on a microphone. You can introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is L.J. Erspamer. I've lived in the Upper Valley about 50 years. And I was in front of the city council about a month ago, and Rachel has suggested I come and talk to you about the pedestrians that are at risk at the Rio Grande Trail. I've almost been hit 3 times by e-bikes this summer, and one time it was very close. Anyway, I think there's a need for e-bikes, and it's important that we rent them in town and people can use them. But the most important aspect is people have no clue of the rules. Sometimes when they rent them, there's just a release sign and there's no instructions of the rules. But the problem is with the throttle e-bike. It's not the pedal assist. A throttle e-bike goes about 20 miles an hour in 10 feet. So the idea is, I think we need to have a little more oversight in our rentals. And the way to do that is you can fund it by putting a fee on the rentals. Now, this is mostly a City of Aspen issue. And it wouldn't be a tax, and it wouldn't be paid by the rental company. It's just a fee, or it could be if they want, but it'd just be a fee added on to compensate for another person to be hired to oversee these trails that they're used. Some of these e-bikers that almost hit me were very ambivalent. They really could care less that I was a pedestrian, where I was walking. As a matter of fact, they criticized me at my walking. And I think it's very dangerous for children because on the Rio Grande Trail, they're going full throttle 20 miles an hour, and a little child would run across the trail and they wouldn't have a chance. So I think you should have pedal assist allowed on the Rio Grande Trail, but a throttle shouldn't be allowed because the people who use these throttle bikes really don't know how to ride a bike at all. And you can see, if you can walk through town or around the area, you can see how scary they are at times. There should be a 10-mile-an-hour limit on Rio Grande or a trail like that that's heavily used by pedestrians. And I'm trying to think what else I got. Just the throttle ones are the ones that are dangerous. And when you rent an e-bike, which is a very lucrative business. Now, I was a river outfitter in '79, and in '80, '81, I was a founding member of the Colorado River Outfitters Association, which lobbied for legislative rules for river rafting. And I think these bike rentals company need to organize, and again, this is probably a city deal, and work together and then come out with a paper that the renter signs. And once the renter signs it, that acknowledges that they've read and they will follow by the rules, they would be more aware. So anyway, this is what I have to say, and I appreciate your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thanks,
Any questions or follow-up comments for the
Well, yeah,
Ed?
I thought there was a limitation on what kind of e-bikes could be on the Rio Grande. I thought they had to be pedal assist.
There are limitations, but it's a matter of enforcement, I think, you know, and I love your suggestion about rangers. I would love to see more people patrolling out there because I think it's an enforcement issue. Because it's really hard to tell one e-bike from another one, whether it's throttle or pedal or, you know, that's the.
And I will note, our Open Space and Trails Board is having a retreat where their topic is recreation management coming up. So I'll forward along your idea for them to consider.
That'd be good, and I believe there's somebody with the city, he happened to be at the meeting, and he came up and talked and said what a great idea to supplement a ranger fee with a fee on the rentals. And perhaps they can coordinate with the city person and come up with some thinking or ideas for next year.
Sure. Well, thank you for taking the
Well,
time
Kelly?
to talk. Yes. Oh, and Steve has his hand
And
up.
Steve
Yes.
has hand. I had another
Great.
comment too. I was just going to say that I think that, you know, looking at the e-bike situation at the Maroon Bells and on our roads, I would love to see tail lights and headlights for all bicycles, whether they're e-bikes or not, and make sure we have an audible signal, because often you'll come right up behind someone, they don't know you're there, or you're riding and someone comes up on you, you don't even know they're there.
They don't signal.
So I think it couldn't hurt to have bells and whistles and lights.
I think this gentleman on the
Yep,
screen.
Steve, go
please.
ahead.
So, thank you for your comments. Based on my experiences on my e-bike, even the pedal assist can be dangerous. When I was first learning to ride it, when I would start pedaling, the bike would jump out like real quickly, get up to speed real quickly when I started pedaling. And until you get used to that, it can be extremely dangerous. A tourist coming into town on any kind of an e-bike, they are going to have a steep learning curve if they have not ridden on an e-bike before. So just because it's a throttle only does not, you know, to me, they can all be dangerous. I think it all needs to be looked at carefully by the Open Space and Trails.
Okay, thank you.
May I comment?
Sure.
There are levels that you start off at, and I learned the hard way too, just exactly what you did. But that's part of the instructions from the bike rental company. You start out at level 1, and it won't jackrabbit on you. But you're exactly right. I had the same thing happen to me. And I'd like to comment on Maroon Bells. Donnie Bird's a friend of all of ours, and he suffered a grievous injury. And I saw him in Denver a couple weeks ago, and he's doing well, and I think he'll be home soon. But the idea is, a friend of mine knows people that worked up at the Maroon Bells, at Rangers, and one day they counted 647 bicycles up there. And I don't know if you govern that road or if it's a Forest Service, but something needs to be done. If not, reserve system or something, but it can't go on like the way it did, because people were taking these buggies and trails, riding wide a mass, just talk to the bus drivers up there, and not paying any attention because I think the road is closed. And it is highly dangerous what's going on, and it can't continue next year. Something must be done.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks, good to see you. I'll see you back in the neighborhood.
All right, let me check in on, John, I assume you're here for Pandora?
Yeah.
Okay, let me check in online. I see a phone number here ending in 2275. Would you like to make public comment on items not on the agenda for public hearing today? You may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. All right, we're not hearing from 2275. I'll give it another few seconds here for public comment. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period and turn to commissioner comments. Greg?
Sure. I'm not in the panel. I'm not a panelist yet, but I'd probably join as panelist. Let's try to keep my audio from coming on this time. I think I'm good. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check a quick note here. Had an interesting thing on the coal bed methane. As I mentioned yesterday, the grant request to the feds has gone in with the package that Hickenlooper and Bennett are putting forward. So that just now needs to be approved, and hopefully it will. And if it does, it'll be part of the big Colorado package for funding for coal bed for the state of Colorado. But in the conversation, I just wanted to mention one other thing that's kind of interesting. If we can do this up here, it will actually produce water. And the estimate of water might actually come out to be a few acre feet in a year, which would be kind of interesting. And I just thought I'd share that with our board, because finding new sources of water it's really, it's remarkable. So that would be one benefit that we hadn't really discussed, that each portal flaring could put out thousands of gallons per day, which adds up to an acre foot or 2 or 3 in a year. And in light of all the water needs we see on the Crystal, I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I'm super interested in that. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Other commissioner comments? Patty?
I'm going to
And
be
Steve.
quick. First, I want to thank Greg for your efforts up there with the coal basin. The articles that the paper's been doing have been great, very informative, and let's hope that our long way to go is shorter than we think, and we can get it
Yeah,
done.
let's hope.
I just want to remind people, winter is upon us, and the roads are slippery and the sidewalks are slippery, so please be careful out there, because we've got a long winter season ahead of us, and hopefully we'll have good snow and lots of water in our river for the springtime. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Patty. Steve?
I'm excited that this solar farm has started producing electricity about a week ago, according to Jason Auslander's article in the paper. There were some problems with reflection off some of the panels before they were operable, so they weren't set up to face the sun. And what I will be curious, and it might affect more the airplanes flying over, or it might even be people in the Brush Creek subdivision. But if you could let me know, and maybe Greg, you could let us know, if the sun is behind your back in the afternoon shining and the panels are pointed directly towards the sun, will there be any reflection coming back at you? And that's something I don't know the technical answer. I suspect maybe there won't be, but that's something we need to watch out for. But anyhow, this project was a dream of mine probably 8 years ago, and I think a dream of Paul Spencer's even before that. And it's finally come, it's been built now, and I'm really excited about that and looking forward to having a solar farm in our community. Thank you.
Can I comment on that?
Sure. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you, Steve. And I did want to point out that, Steve was an early advocate for this, and with the location and doing it as it was. So I want to congratulate you on seeing it get done. So you're right. I actually corrected a comment that was in the paper attributed to me that there'd been no issues with glare during the construction, when in fact there were some, and they've corrected the article now. So there were some complaints about glare from Brush Creek during construction, but it was from the frames. It was from the actual structure that holds the panels. It wasn't the panels. So once the panels got on, that went away. And so now I have been watching it, and I've yet to see any glare at all. But let's go through a year, and then we'll find out if the angle of the sun ever creates glare. But so far, it really absorbs light. The whole point of that panel is that it absorbs as much light as it can to produce electricity. And so any reflectivity is energy lost. And they've really perfected it now. So I'm not seeing any glare. It looks like I'll see reflections of the sky and the clouds occasionally in it, which is kind of interesting, like you would on a body of water. But I haven't seen any sun. But I'll be sure to report that, and I'm sure some of the neighbors will too if it becomes an issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll just wish everyone a happy Halloween. Hope you are safe and festive. And with that, let's go ahead and turn to our consent agenda. We have 2 items on the consent agenda today. We have, let's see, the minutes of the September 18th and September 30th special meetings, and the October 13th regular meeting. And as a refresher, the September 18th meeting was our site visit up to the Maroon Bells, addressing some of the concerns, or observing some of the concerns the gentleman here raised. And the 30th was the site visit to Cole Basin, which Steve and Greg and Francie were able to attend, as well as the ratification of hearing officers' determinations on abatement petitions. And I'm wondering if this phone number, if that's Mick Ireland, to answer any questions. But let's go ahead and check in with board members. Do any board members wish to pull any of these items off of the consent agenda? All right, so seeing no need for that, I will look for a motion to approve. Steve?
So I'll move to approve both the minutes of those meetings and the ratification of the hearing officer's determination.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to individual consideration items. These are first readings, which will be set for a public hearing on November 3rd. And I will invite Valerie McDonald, who's our emergency manager, to come up and present for the next couple of items. The first one is a resolution of the BOCC to accept the 2021 Emergency Management Performance Grant. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Valerie McDonald, Pitkin County
Can I turn the
Emergency
speaker
Manager.
on?
I work in the Sheriff's Office. I have 3 agenda.
I don't know if it matters.
I have 3 agenda items for you today. I could talk for a half a day at minimum about any of them. To about 2 minutes per item. I know it's a big day in here. The first one is the Emergency Manager's Performance Grant. I'm asking the BOCC to approve that grant. If you approve, this will be the 8th year that we have applied and successfully received the grant. The amount of the grant is $65,000, and the money is used to offset a portion of the emergency management budget. It's federal money from FEMA passed through to the State Division of Homeland Security Office of Emergency Management. They act as grant administrators. I feel an obligation to let the board know that, as I've said in previous years, the grant deliverables and oversight continue to increase. A third of the counties in the Northwest region have opted out of the grant because of authority and control issues. And the fundamental issue with this grant is that Pitkin County, our Emergency Management Department of 1, has the exact same grant requirements as larger counties such as Denver or Boulder, with a staff of about 25. That said, and moving on, the reason I'm here today is asking you to accept the 2021 grant. The money is paid in arrears, so 3/4 of the work has already been done for 2021. I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions for Valerie? Patty?
So you don't see this getting any easier, do you?
Oh, no, not at all.
And we appreciate your efforts
Yeah.
because of, the revenue that it creates. But, please feel free to talk to us next year if you're considering not applying for this grant.
Yeah, counties have found themselves in a position, do we hire an employee to handle this grant, or do we get rid of the grant? And that's the decision facing the smaller counties. But moving forward, we're pretty much done for this year. I've finished 3/4 of the grant. But thank you.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of work for you.
Steve, and then Greg.
Valerie, is the $65,000 the same figure every year, or do they have an escalation clause to take into account our greater expenses as, year after year goes by.
I have no expectation that we'll ever get more money, no matter what our emergency management budget is, and that budget's about $136,000 a year. Next year, they've already told me they're cutting it to $62,000. The state takes a lot of the money before it gets to the counties, and they've got over 150 employees at the state. So, no, we're seeing a decrease.
Okay, so it's going the other direction from what I hoped.
I'm just wondering if there's a different way to approach it. I realize you've been working every year. We hear this. It's a huge burden, and is it worth it? 65,000 is nothing to sniff at. But on the other hand, if it's a full-time job, just getting it every year, it's not worth your time. I'm wondering if there are any other solutions we could approach, or if we need to talk to our state legislators or do any lobbying on your behalf, because it sounds like this program isn't serving the needs in many counties. So we can't be the only ones who don't like this.
You're correct, and as Patty stated, it's a lot of money. It's nothing to sneeze at, but your points are well taken as well, Greg, and I think any EM you asked would echo my sentiments. It's a constant discussion we have with the state, but they will flat tell me that they manage me through this grant when I remind them that I don't work for them. So we can continue that discussion going forward.
Well, if there are any other ways we can approach it, through the back door with a state senator or a legislator, or we'll send our county manager down there to solve the problem. I'm in. Let me know. I'll go talk to him if it's at value. I would, it would be great to help sort this out, because it seems like a valuable program. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Other thoughts on this or questions? Okay, I will look for a motion. This is a first reading.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Greg.
I'll second it and set for public hearing on 11:03.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Valerie is up to number 4, agenda item number 4, resolution of the BOCC to adopt the Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan.
So I'm here asking the board to adopt our updated emergency operation plan. This plan would replace our May 2019 plan. This is a really valuable plan. I mean, we have a lot of plans. And as far as plans go, this is one of the most important, meaningful, usable plans that this county has. It outlines the structure and guidelines we have in place to respond to transition from day-to-day operations in the county to a full-on disaster emergency. There are no substantive changes in this plan from the last one you looked at, but since I work under the Emergency Manager's Performance Grant, they require that I bring it in front of the board and get it readopted every 3rd year. It's a living document. It does not sit on the shelf, and we pull it out every 3rd year to get it readopted. We've spent an enormous amount of time in the last 8 years developing this plan and gotten it to the point where it's effective and accurately reflects what we do with the IMT and our emergency support function teams. It explains the role of the IMT and our 15 emergency support function teams, and that team would staff the Emergency Operations Center during an emergency. It's essentially a template we could lay over any emergency. Most importantly, the roles are clearly defined, and we train and exercise on this plan, if not weekly, at least monthly. I'm sure you can see the value of the over 200 people that we have on our emergency support function teams, understanding the role and responsibility and what they're supposed to do and where they're supposed to go, etc., before we have a disaster. And study after study shows that counties that have developed robust systems respond to and recover better than counties that don't have. DHSEM, Department of Homeland Security Office of Emergency Management, scores our EOPs. There's about a 300 question crosswalk. And there's also over 200 pages of federal guidance on how to write and what should be included in an emergency operation plan. And we do have the highest scoring EOP, emergency operation plan, in the Northwest region. This plan, before it got to you, it's been vetted by the entire Public Safety Council and all of our emergency support function teams. I will stop there and take any questions you might have.
Sounds like you need kudos.
Thank you.
Describe that distinction again.
Oh, we have the highest scoring emergency operation plan in the Northwest region. There are 10 counties in the Northwest region.
Well done.
We're in the upper 90%. And what you're looking at is the base plan, but the meat of it is in all the plans that are listed in the appendices. So there's plans on top of plans on top of plans. So
That's really great. Thank you for that.
Thank
and
you.
thank them. I did have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
After, through the pandemic, the pandemic response was really a unique situation for the IMT. And I'm just wondering, has the plan, how has that affected how the plans have they been revised or re-examined in light of a long emergency like we saw when the IMT was mobilized for, I don't know how many weeks that was, but it's far beyond what's normal for us.
that wasn't normal. That could have been nothing about the last 2 years has been normal, but seriously, that's the longest IMT, incident management team activation, in the history of mankind, probably. That was a tough one to fit into the structure just because it was so unique and evolving every other second. So I'm not sure that one's a great example, but I can say the biggest benefit of that whole event for these teams was how we came together. We hadn't had to really work together and interface that much in the past. And, they got focused on ops things. They were very involved in testing and, you remember. And whereas my emergency support function teams, we were thinking about completely different things, like mass fatality planning. What are we going to do if this, we didn't know how it was going to manifest, so we had to plan for the worst. And that emergency operation plan I talked about, we would go down the list of jobs and responsibilities, roles and responsibilities, and did we do this? Did we do this? Did we have this? And it proved so useful. But it really helped the two teams come together, for us to understand them and for them to understand us and the value, us meaning the emergency support function teams, and the value we bring to the table.
So it sounds like there has been some positive, something positive comes of it. Certainly there's an awareness about, a situation like that, if it came up again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you.
I did, I'll just add briefly, during the pandemic, I did, for miscellaneous random reasons, have a few new people join the team midstream, and I cannot tell you how difficult it is to indoctrinate someone during an emergency to the system we have in place. Mm-hmm. So the fact that we have over 200 people on these emergency support function teams ahead of time is very, very valuable. Don't have to waste a lot of time.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Valerie? Steve?
Valerie, when you and other staff members went to Front Range counties to help out in the major flooding event several years ago, how did that experience, the experiences you had there trying to integrate into someone else's system, how did that play into what our plan looks like now? And was Boulder County's plan comparable to ours, do you think, or how did it compare?
Well, I don't want to sound overly dramatic, but that experience for me, being a new emergency manager, in fact, I might have only been the interim emergency manager at that point, shaped me into the emergency manager I am today. Everything we've done in Pitkin County is mirrored off of what Boulder does. They have one of the most robust, well-developed, well-funded emergency operations center and emergency support function teams in the country. I was there just last summer working in their emergency operations center at their Calwood fire. Their EM has pretty much been a mentor to me and taught me most of what I know. The county sent, I think it was 43 people to the Front Range to help in different capacities. And I know it broadened everyone's horizon to see what was happening there and to see fully activated IMTs and EOCs. We haven't had a lot of that here. So it was extremely valuable. Not only did we help those counties in their time of need, but we learned a lot and it grew our team substantially.
Great.
Yeah, and thanks for that observation. I know that the local firefighters, when they go to fight wildfires elsewhere, they learn just a huge amount of practical experience when they go to a fire in some other location. So that you must have had kind of that same experience.
Other questions or comments? Patty?
I'll just add too that we gain a lot from X Games. We gain a lot of personal relationships so that when you are called to an emergency situation, in many cases you'll know the people, you know their capabilities, and that makes a huge difference. And so I think, with the X Games, we kind of use it as a live training for many of the people that haven't had the experience. And having gone out there every year just to see how it operates, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty amazing to see those relationships that are created and lessons learned. So we're lucky to have X Games to teach us those things, and I think it's a great benefit. But this document is amazing, and if you need to know what these different ESFs do, I mean, you can pull it up here and it shows you, and I'm reading one about calling in the National Guard, which was something we were looking at for the closure of Glenwood Canyon and the use of Independence Pass. But, in NAN, I mean, they're still responding to the housing needs and stuff created by the pandemic. So, there's a lot of lessons learned, but the information in this document is just amazing. And granted, it's a lot of information, but you can follow it through, and it's really, really easy to read. So I really appreciate that, and I find it really interesting to read through it. Kind of my thing. So she does a great job, guys, and we should be very appreciative of all the work that Valerie does for us.
Would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the resolution, repealing resolution number I'm gonna put my glasses on, 03021 2019 Emergency Operations Plan, and adopting an updated Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan. This is first reading. Second reading, public hearing will be on November the 3rd.
I can second that.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Right. All right, and our last item today with Valerie is a resolution to accept the Hazard Mitigation Plan Grant Award.
Yes. I'm asking the BOCC to approve a federal grant to hire a contractor to assist with the update of our county hazard mitigation plan. The disaster mitigation plan of 2000 requires counties to update this plan every 5 years. Besides the EOP, this is the second most meaningful plan that we produce. If we having this plan in place allows us to apply for pre and post disaster mitigation grants. Not only the county, but all the municipalities, all the special districts. You don't get past go unless you have this plan updated. During the update, just to give you a nutshell, just a short, quick version of how this works, during the update, we bring all stakeholders together. This will be my third go-around with an update of an hazard mitigation plan, and there'll be 100 different people involved from different disciplines up and down the valley. That money that the grant would help pay for the contractor, but we have to bring, if I sit in a room with the contractor and write a plan, we cannot get it approved. We have to bring all stakeholders together. It's all about the planning process more than the plan that we produce. And there really is value in it. We go through and we identify and prioritize what the natural hazard risks that we face in the valley, and then we come up with mitigation strategies. And it's been just really interesting to me to watch, say, for example, a public works person sitting next to somebody from public health express their concerns coming from a completely different angle and world. And so many people have said to me afterwards, I really learned a lot. I had no idea, because people do tend to get into their silos. So it's I am concerned with the pandemic and probably having to do a lot of this virtually. I am concerned about that, but we don't have any choice. We have to move forward. These are it's a 2-year process to update your plan. I'm 6 months into it just to get here with the grant award to ask for your approval on that. Our plan expires May of 23, and if everything goes perfectly, we're going to get right up to that. We don't want to let this plan lapse. The amount of the grant is $51,000, and then the county has a $17,487 in-kind contribution. I've always been able to make that in the past, tracking staff time up and down the valley. And I should mention that members of the community are definitely involved in this process as well. You know, I've always made that in-kind contribution. I'm a little bit concerned because of the Zoom component, but we will do the best that we can. And I'll stop here, but so we're going to start this project. I have to go through procurement, start having the stakeholder meetings this winter. But what I did last year, which worked well, was before I come to you for approval of the plan, I'll bring it to you in a work session, so you have an opportunity to look at it and comment. Because if I bring it to you for the first time at adoption and it's already gone through the state and the federal approval process, which is daunting, if you want to make any changes then, possible, but it'll be another year. So you'll see it again, and you will get tired about hearing about the hazard mitigation. It's really a community-wide effort. And I'll stop there. Any questions?
I think you'll meet the match, just because Zoom meetings aren't always as efficient as you'd like them to be. So by the time you tell everybody that they're muted, it takes up your time, and you can meet your hours needed. It's nothing to do with staff doing it, it's with the users. Speaking for myself.
All right, any questions for Valerie?
No, I'm ready to make a motion, though.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll move that the Board of County Commissioners accept a grant from FEMA passed through to the Colorado Department of Public Safety, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the purpose of updating our Pitkin County Hazard Mitigation Plan, and that will be due for a second reading on November 3rd.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, Patty beat you to it,
Beat you to it,
Steve.
Steve.
That mute button. All right, any further discussion? None except to say thank you. We're lucky to have you. Everyone in
Thank
Pitkin
you.
County is. All in favor, please say aye.
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 I'm gonna
Aye.
step out
Thanks,
real quick.
everyone.
All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 6, an ordinance of the BOCC amending ordinance 85-2019 and approving changes to the Pitkin County Board of Health bylaws. And Charlotte is listed here on the agenda, but I know Suzuho
Yeah, Suzuho's here somewhere, right? There she is.
joined us, so I will turn it over to you, Suzuho. Hi.
Hey everyone, yeah, and I'm here to support. So Charlotte, I'm happy to start, or if you want to start, please let me know.
Well, Charlotte is not here.
Oh, she's not here.
Do you
Okay,
need her
then I
to
will
be?
start.
Do you need her to be, Suzuho?
No, I just didn't want to overstep if she was planning to present it. So I'm happy to start us off here.
Okay, thank you.
So we wanted to present our updated or recommended updates to the Board of Health bylaws. There are 2 changes that we wanted to propose. One is related to the timing of when we hold our elections for our officer positions. Previously in our bylaws, it stated that we would hold elections during the first meeting of a first Board of Health meeting of each year, which happens once a quarter, at least pre-COVID. So our regular meetings are once a quarter. And the challenge that this posed that we recently found out, since we're still a fairly new board, is that the elections would happen between January and March, and then the new appointments to the Board of Health from the BOCC usually happens around April. And so it makes it challenging if people are wanting to run for an officer position to know whether or not they will stay on the board if their terms are up. So that was the first change. Kelly, do you want me to talk about both changes? Or do you want me
Yes,
to pause?
please do so.
And then the second change was just adding a little more language to clarify the role of the Board of Health versus the BOCC and the county manager's office and HR in regards to the appointment of the director position. So the BOCC or the Board of Health has authority to appoint a director to the Public Health Department, but approval of the budget does come from the BOCC, and then the HR department and county manager's office are also available to support with any kind of onboarding, hiring process, things like that, just the logistics of it. So we wanted to add some language to clarify that for future processes as well.
Okay. Any questions for Zuho on these? Again, this is also a first reading. Okay.
If I could,
Yeah, go ahead.
thanks, Suzuho, thank you for articulating that clearly. I just wanted to, what motivated this year, of course, was that Marky Butler was termed off of our board. Yet she was a candidate for the chair, and we weren't sure if she was going to be, the appointed official from Snowmass, or the appointed citizen. So it did create some uncertainty, and it just seemed unnecessary and redundancy, and so I think this solves that issue. So that won't happen. I think the timing is right. The order is correct. So I think the Board of Health is enthusiastic. It's an obvious change that needs to be made.
Okay.
Thanks.
I will note, I did not see the changes related to staffing in the version of track changes that I've been able to pull up. Sometimes I access the packet a little differently from everyone else. So I'm fine to move this to second reading. I'll just need to make sure I take a good look at those between now and second reading. All right.
Steve got.
Other questions? Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, Kelly, I could see the one about the Q1, but I didn't see the other on there. And if for the second reading, if we could have a red line version showing the exact changes just for our benefit and for the public's, that would be good, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any other input on these? They make sense to me. Okay. I'll look for a motion to set this for a public hearing on November 3rd, please.
I will move to, so move.
It's easier. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Greg. Again, this isn't an ordinance amending the Pickens County Board of Health bylaws. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right.
Aye.
All right, thanks, Suzuho.
She's still here.
Okay, oh yeah, right, sorry, you're on with the next one. Item number 7, and a resolution approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to support public health planning and assessment.
No worries. So one more. This is the grant that I mentioned yesterday during the review of our 2022 budget as well. But the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment gets funding from the CDC each year to distribute through their preventative block grant. These funds are designed to be used by local public health agencies to support their community health assessment and public health improvement plan process. We are due to conduct ours starting in 2022. It's a 5-year strategic plan that the public health agency is mandated to implement, and so our current one ends next December, and we have been granted these funds, $22,000 from the preventative block grant, and would like to put this towards staffing if the position for the planning analyst is approved by the BOCC. If it's not approved, we do have flexibility. CDPHE would allow us to either use these funds to bring on a contract or a consultant to contract with to be able to help support these efforts or put it towards community engagement efforts. There's quite a bit of flexibility. We just need to submit a budget revision request to be able to do that.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Questions for Suzuho?
I just wondered, who set the amount, the 22,000? Is that set in the ask by our public health department, or is that a number they're just prepared to donate as part of the grant?
Yeah, great question, Greg. So most grants are set between $5,000 and $50,000. We did put in a request for $50,000, and unfortunately, we're only granted $22,000. That being said, they have $450,000 to distribute across 53 local public health agencies. So I do think that we're quite happy with the amount that we were able to get of that $450,000, but it's based on need. We're also receiving some ARPA funds that we're hoping to put towards this position as well. And so I think the Office of Public Health Practice, which is the group within CDPHE that distributes these funds, took a few things into consideration as they compared and reviewed the different applications that they received. So it's based on need as well as the number of applications and the type of work that each local public health agency is hoping to support with the funds.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, if the ask was 50 and they're giving us 22, there's no budgetary impact according to the discussion here, but that other 28 gets made up somewhere, or the scope of work gets changed. How is this being handled?
Yeah, good question. So we did, the budget that we had originally put in had additional funds to help support our community engagement efforts. So during our public health or our community health assessment process, we're really hoping to engage our community through listening campaigns, whether they're done virtually or in person is still to be determined depending on how 22 plays out. But there's some funds allocated to that, incentives for community engagement. And so those funds we were needing to support in other ways. So we'll continue to look for additional funding. There's also funds that have been integrated into our general public health budget as well that we could put towards this effort, knowing that, we knew that these funds, when we applied for them, weren't guaranteed. So we did put some of that into our general budget as well. So we had a few staff supported in this grant as well. So the supervisor and the administrative specialist to help support with some of the coordination efforts of the grant as well. So those got removed, and we're really putting all of the funds towards the FTE that we're hoping to bring on, and just kept that line item from the initial budget that we had submitted.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions? Steve?
I was going to ask about the community health assessment, because you're just going to be doing that process very soon. And as I recall, isn't that once every 5 years? But is that tied to this funding directly, like the CDPHE gives out these grants to help the communities do the assessments periodically? Is that why they have the grant?
Exactly. Yep. This is tied directly to, it's called the CHAPS process, but to our community health assessment and planning system. So for us, it would be launching the start of the next 5-year portion, including the community health assessment, the first few months, and then hopefully by late 2022 or early 2023, we'll have a 5-year public health improvement plan for our county designed as well.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll look for a motion on the resolution approving a grant agreement with the CDPHE to support public health planning and assessment.
So moved. I don't think we should say no to getting grant money.
So
Thanks,
seconded.
Sugo, for
All
your effort. We
right, moved by
appreciate it.
Patty, seconded by Greg. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Suzuho. Nice to see you twice in 2 days.
Thanks, everyone. Great to see you too. Take care.
All right, so the next item is an individual consideration item and a one reading public hearing. I don't see a staff contact on this. Suzanne, do you know or John Peacock, do
It
you
would
know?
be
It would
Jeanette.
usually be Jeanette.
Okay.
Is Jeanette, and
Nope.
is she on the, panel. I think she would be.
I mean, it looks like it's being continued, so I don't know if she planned to join, but usually we do a bit of an intro on these.
Well, you could just open the public hearing, I suppose.
On an item that we don't know anything about. Okay, let's see if she does plan to join. John Ely, quick question. Do I need to open the public hearing on this if we're going to continue it to November 3rd?
Let's see. No, you do not.
Okay,
This is a one-step liquor license review, I believe. I haven't seen the matter, but it's indicated to be continued at the applicant's request. So that's why I'm sure it's hanging there for you.
all right.
It would be my understanding that due to the recent construction of the sun deck, they have to come back in for modification of their premises for their liquor license. So that's the basis of, I think, this issue. So continuation, it's probably because they're taking the rest of the afternoon, so they're being kind.
I could make a motion.
All right, let's have it.
I'll move that we continue the permit application for modification of premises of hotel and restaurant liquor license for the Sun Deck Restaurant to November 3rd.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay. All right, moved by Greg, seconded by Patty. Anyone interested in this item will have an opportunity to make a public comment before the board on it on November 3rd. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you all. Okay, the next item, moving on to land use public hearings. Two items that we are hearing together. Ordinance of the BOCC conditionally rezoning certain real property on Richmond Ridge owned by the United States and the Aspen Skiing Company from agricultural residential acre AR10 and rural remote RR zone districts to ski rec zone district, amending the zoning map to reflect this change, and a resolution approving an amendment to the 2018 Aspen Mountain Ski Area amended and restated ski rec master plan, activity envelope, and site plan review. And I will turn to Patty Clapper
Yes,
for a statement
and
to the board.
again, I'm going to recuse myself, and hopefully there'll be a decision made here today, and the ski company can join us for the sun deck on the 3rd. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Patty. And for all here in attendance and anyone watching, Francie Jacober will be joining us for this discussion. And I, as chair, have said we would wait for her. I believe she should be here around 1 o'clock, which is about 5 minutes from now.
Cool.
So I am going to ask that we take a pause in this meeting, and we will resume when she arrives. And then we will hear this application. We will open for public comment, and we will have deliberation by the board today. And so with that, a break, please. And thank you, Grassroots. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 27th. We are preparing to take up our continued discussion of the land use item regarding the Aspen Skiing Company rezoning application in Pandora and a resolution amending the Aspen Mountain Ski Area Master Plan. Let me check in. Steve Child, thank you for turning your video on. Can we check to see and make sure we can hear you, please?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. And did you have any consultants joining by Zoom today or part of your team? Okay, all right. Well, with that, I will go ahead. I will turn it over. Well, let me give a lay of the land. So this afternoon, we're going to resume our discussion, answer some questions that we had remaining. I'll ask staff to present first. We'll ask questions of staff. We'll turn over to the applicant, ask applicant SkiCo to present. We'll ask questions of SkiCo. I believe we'll have a break for an executive session. The attorney's office wishes to provide some advice to the board, and we will need to do that in separate chambers upstairs. Then we will come back and open up public comment. We'll hear from members of the public who wish to call in or appear in person, and then we'll take up our discussion as the board. And I'm just looking around for agreement. Okay, looks good.
Good to me.
All right, so Suzanne Wolf, please take it over.
Thanks, Kelly. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. I think I'll be somewhat, oh, I need a mic, sorry. We have two. Get it closer. Okay, I'll try that again. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. Thanks, Kelly. As you said, this is continued discussion of the rezoning ordinance and the resolution amending the Aspen Mountain Ski Area Master Plan. You've had a couple of meetings on this item on August 25th and September 8th. Conducted a site visit on September 1st, most of you. The ordinance was approved on first reading on September 8th, and the resolution was also continued on that date. Let's see. At the September 8th meeting, the applicant had presented a draft covenant for your consideration, restricting the uses within the area that was to be rezoned from rural remote to ski rec on the properties that are owned by Aspen Skiing Company, LLC. There was a lot of discussion about that covenant, and I won't get too deep into that, but a revised covenant has been submitted and included in your packet. And I think one of the important issues that was discussed last time was that the rezoning will bifurcate two of the properties that are owned by the Aspen Skiing Company. And there was discussion about what does that mean for the portions that remain in rural remote, the portions of those parcels. So in response to that discussion, the ski company has come back with a restrictive covenant that restricts the entirety of those parcels. Describes within the ski rec area what can occur in a restricted manner on that portion of the property, and also restricts the areas that remain in rural and remote. So again, I think they'll discuss that in a lot more detail as in terms of what they've included. But just I think the big part of that was there was a big question at the, what does it mean with this bifurcated zoning? And what does this look like in the future for the remainder of that property? So we've worked, staff with John Ely have reviewed several drafts of that covenant, trying to work on that language to make sure we're all clear, we're both speaking the same language about that bifurcation and how that covenant would apply to those two areas. So that's what's in front of you, primarily new information in front of you today. That covenant addresses some of the other items that you all raised at the end of that last meeting that included, within that area, the rezoned area, summer uses, the wildlife closures, the ongoing ACES tours, fire and forest health mitigation, events, and any Forest Service lands that remained within those areas. So again, I think the covenant is the biggest piece of new information that's in front of you today to consider. related to the rezoning and, again, addressing what happens with those remainder properties. There's also a lot of new public comment that was included in your packet. I do think a few additional letters have been forwarded on to you since the packet went out on Friday, but that was all included in your packet. I think that's really, I just, again, wanted to just sort of touch on the basics. I know the applicant is going to present in a lot more detail, and then maybe it makes more sense at that point, once they've presented more detail on that covenant. Either we can answer questions now, or we can answer questions, staff can answer questions about that after you've had their presentation as well.
Okay. Any questions for Suzanne at the moment? All right, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Skiko.
Good afternoon. A number of us appearing on behalf of Aspen Skiing Company today. Myself, David Corbin, Tom Todd from Holland and Hart, our counsel, Heather Henry from Connect One, our land planner. In addition, Mike Kaplan is here, Michael Miracle is here, Auden Schendler is here, all of whom will be speakers today. And Matt Keeling and Rana Dershowitz are likewise here to deal with or answer any technical or legal questions we may have that could arise. One thing I would just like to start with is Suzanne didn't make it explicit in her verbal presentation, but obviously the staff recommendation that was at the end of the staff report recommended that the BOCC deny rezoning to allow for a full review of the East Aspen master plan and the adjacent Castle Creek master plan, really before proceeding or before approving our application. And from our perspective, we would certainly prefer not to wait until those other planning efforts are undertaken and concluded by the county. And as reasons for that, I'd just remind the BOCC, Pandora's has been under consideration since literally 1997. You know, it's been 24 years in process, if you will, when you look at all of the iterations of it, since the last master plan, the preceding master plan, I should say, that was ultimately approved in '98. And it was deferred then, waiting for other planning efforts, whether the Richmond Ridge or the East of Aspen plan at the time, or, you know, subsequently a code revision. So it's been in process a long time. It's been deferred before. We very much want to continue. The other aspect of that is the sub-area planning, if you will, have taken as much as decades to update. And I don't know how long a new one in the East of Aspen might take now, but we would certainly think it would take months to years and are concerned about that. The issue came up in front of Planning Commission when we were before them this past spring, and they quite clearly felt that they could, would, and should proceed with a review of amendments to the East of Aspen plan, and considered and then recommended approval on our application to rezone and to extend Pandora's into the Mountain Master Plan. So they resolved a lot of the ambiguities associated with the East of Aspen plan in their deliberations and decision. The other thing that I think is important to recognize is, again, by code, we are, if you will, required to come before this body every 10 years or so to update our mountain master plans. And we're in that code required process now. So we're doing exactly what we believe the code requires us to do, which in this particular case, given the federal lands, also requires our participation and conclusion of an accepted master plan in front of the Forest Service, which we've already done. So we've spent 4 years now really doing that to get here. Lastly, I think in terms of the reference to the Castle Creek caucus and its plan, I'd remind the board that that's really outside of our planning area. We're in the East of Aspen Independence Pass planning area, and in addition, we're in a specific neighborhood planning area, and Castle Creek, its caucus, its plan is outside of us. it almost begs the question of, well, if you wait for that, what else do you wait for? You know, how many other Pitkin County processes extending all the way to the west, you know, might you imagine we should wait for? So while I appreciate staff's interest and responsibilities to do long-term master planning in the county, we'd propose that we already have been doing that. We're still in it, and we'd like to see it brought to conclusion. And again, as the Planning Commission found and considered in terms of their own statutory responsibilities to write the comp plan for the county, write and adopt, I should say, the comp plan for the county. So we think that's the proper process. We're well positioned, I think, to conclude it. And I would ask the board to proceed and not wait or defer or follow staff's recommendation, but instead follow the Planning Commission's recommendation that is likewise described in the staff memo. With that, what might you expect today? As Suzanne mentioned, since the last BOCC meeting, we took your comments to heart, heard the concerns that were remaining from the commissioners, and indeed tried to address what you might describe had been previously maybe unconsidered items or gaps or other things you wanted to at least hear some resolution on. So indeed, we extended in the new covenant draft the restrictive covenant to the areas that included those remainder parcels, or sort of the split parcels as Suzanne has described, so that those parcels that slip over or spread out beyond the proposed ski rec zoning would likewise be restricted in terms of their uses, development rights, and activities. We also took a look at the other, if you will, more sort of individual issues, such as making sure that there was a restrictive covenant that likewise protected closures during elk calving, which we added. Also restricting and reducing commercial activities, both winter and summer, and trying to respond to the question that was posed. If there were an exchange or trade with the Forest Service on lands that the Forest Service presently owns in Pandora's area, would the covenant extend to those should a trade or an exchange or some kind of purchase happen at some point in time in the future? And we have said yes, that would extend to any after acquired property, if you will. So we've tried to address all of those things in the restrictive covenant, which Tom will speak more directly to. But we also looked deeply into what I might describe as the contextual issues of the plan, of our Mountain Master Plan and the Pandora's proposal, because we were hearing from Francie and others on the board concern about how does this fit? You know, what about the questions of the balance of the community? How is Pandora's affecting or not community issues that are, if you will, broader and more expansive than the subject matter of our application, as well as what are the environmental issues and how are they best looked at a, if you will, sort of holistic level or a very large systemic level. So what you will hear from us today is Tom commenting and trying to walk through and explain the restrictive covenant in some greater detail, and then commentary from Michael Miracle and Auden Schendler with regard to those questions and issues of balance and environmental impacts, with Mike closing our presentation at the end. So that's what we're going to be doing in terms of the presentation, and with that I'd turn it to Tom.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right, grassroots? Yes? Okay, good.
All right. She'll let you know if she can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, how's this? Sorry, I'm not used to speaking with a mask on and this close to a microphone. Again, my name's Tom Todd. I'm with the law firm of Holland and Hart again. I want to thank you for your time this afternoon, and I also want to thank Suzanne and Cindy, and especially John, for the work they shared with us in helping revise and improve and expand this proposed restrictive covenant. I think it, from a lawyer's standpoint, it's really fun and interesting to write such complex language that covers a lot of different concepts. But as the Irish poet Flannery O'Connor said, you don't know what you believe in until you write it down. And I think that's where we're at. I certainly know that's where the Aspen Skiing Company is at right now. We know what we believe in, and that's what we're going to show you today. So, Suzanne, or I'm sorry, Heather, if you could help me, we'd like to start with this slide that shows you where all these pieces of the puzzle fit together. I think one of the great challenges of getting our arms around this restrictive covenant is to know where all the pieces of the puzzles fit together. It's sort of like a three-dimensional chess game, if you will. The orange dashed line you see is the perimeter of the rezoning proposal for Pandora's. Okay? That heavy blue line above that is the ski company remaining parcels. That's about 53 acres of land that we really haven't been under close discussion until last time. So we've got that area outlined in blue plus the area outlined in orange that are the two major components of the restrictive covenant. And within that orange area, you see a couple of different shades. The yellow area, the yellow-green, those are the U.S. Forest Service parcels. There's a total of 4 of them. The biggest one is that triangle to the lower right. Okay, the next biggest is to the upper left. And then there's a couple of acres in between or right in the middle. And then there's a very small sliver over next to that triangle. A little lower, yeah, right there. Okay, and just to give you, to quantify this, within Pandora's, there's 25.31 acres of land that the ski company owns that's zoned rural and remote. Okay, and within Pandora's, there's another 31.99 acres of land within Pandora's that's zoned AR10. So that's the Forest Service acreage. The balance that you see in blue are the ski company parcels. And those are total just under 107, or just, over 107 acres. So we're dealing with the Pandora's acreage plus what we call the ridge parcels in blue in this covenant. So on the covenant itself, there's 3 separate exhibits that I call a triptych that break these areas down and give the parcel numbers, parcel ID numbers, the acreage, and who owns them. I think those are very demonstrative, so if you have specific questions on those, we could turn to those as well. Okay, next slide, please, Heather. This is a sampling. Again, a slightly different shaded area. The turquoise area you see shaded, those are the ridge parcels. That's the 53 acres of the ridge. The beige area down below is the ski company land, the private land located within the area proposed for rezoning in Pandora's. And then the 3 yellow areas you see are the rural and remote zoned Forest Service parcels. So when we talked about potential land exchanges or land swaps, if any of those yellow areas came into the ownership and control of the ski company at some later date, the covenant would automatically control and apply to them. Okay. Next slide, please. So I guess the covenant could be looked at in terms of 2 separate sets of restrictions and obligations and commitments, one covering the lands within Pandora's and the other covering lands outside of Pandora's on the ridge. And with this first slide, we summarize what's going on in the rural and remote area of Pandora's. Basically prohibits all building improvements and any recreational infrastructure except for those items you see indented with the bullet points. Basically, the lift facilities and the supports facilities for the ski lift. This is explained in more detail in section 1 of the restrictive covenant, and it goes on to say, we draw language from the building code from the land use code when we describe what building improvements and recreational infrastructure are not permitted there, and they include any structure, shelter, chattel property, including yurts, teepees, removable sheds, and other things. Also excludes or doesn't permit tourist accommodation activities like alpine coasters, built mountain biking features, and other development inconsistent with the rural and remote zone district. So it's what you see is what you get, and it does not get expanded beyond what is pretty much contained here within section 1. It also restricts motorized vehicle use except for in support of ski area operations and maintenance. It limits in section 2 commercial events, activities and uses. I know we talked a lot about that last time, excluding and articulating what would be considered approved uses and what would be excluded uses. Those uses are all outlined in new paragraph 2 or section 2 of the new covenant. We also, in section 3 of the covenant, have these provisions regarding respecting the elk closure periods and commitments to forest health, fire mitigation commitments. All that's new. In section 4 of the covenant, we have development restrictions further applied to the ridge parcels. And if you can go to the next slide, Heather. This section 4 of the covenant expressly excludes residential development, so the whole idea of recreational cabins and the like that are currently permitted under rural and remote would be prohibited. All other rural and remote limitations and restrictions would be respected. The ski company includes a commitment, a covenant not to seek rezoning of these rural and remote parcels. But we did reserve the right to pursue TDRs and make this acreage a sending site on the condition that any proceeds derived from those TDRs would be used for nonprofit purposes, supporting the environment, including pursuing clean energy projects and forest health, fire prevention, mitigation. There's also, with the approval of ComDev staff, the right to use those funds for any local Roaring Fork Valley 501c3 providing services to the Valley residents. So we did, that's new and included here. And as David mentioned, we're also including this covenant about any U.S. Forest Service land exchanges to the extent those ever happen. Those lands included within Pandora's would automatically be burdened by this covenant. So that's pretty much the highlights. Let's see. So in a nutshell, if you do Pandora's by the numbers, you're taking about 107 acres of ski company-owned land that's being rezoned, and 57.3 acres of Forest Service land that's being rezoned to ski rec. And at the same time, the county will permanently preclude the 52 acres of land in the ridge parcels from development. So altogether, about 157 acres of privately owned land forever being excluded and precluded for development for residential purposes. So That is it, in a nutshell, for the revised covenant. Again, thanks to John and Suzanne and Cindy for their input. David, anything else you want to add?
I think that would be it. I don't have anything to add with regard to the covenant. Move to Michael.
Now you can ask a question now, Greg.
If I could just ask a question of Todd, or Tom, Todd, quickly, or, yes, thank you. Just regarding the, I appreciate what I'm seeing here regarding donating proceeds from TDRs to the Forest Service. My big fear about donating money and things to the Forest Service is it goes into a general fund and we never see it in these parts again. I'm just wondering, can you earmark that, or had that occurred? Is that a concern? It's really no business of mine here, just a question. Whenever I see that, I think, wow, I hope they can actually focus that so it benefits all of us locally rather than going in, say, into the general fund.
Yeah.
Just a question.
I don't know if you recall, but in 2019, we had proposed that, yes, in the master plan process then, we'd proposed that, yes, we would be making a contribution to, if you will, fire recovery at the time. And we had conversations with the Forest Service at that time, and were under the impression and told that, yes, we could make a donation for targeted use specifically in that nature. So I think we can. I haven't researched it in terms of federal regs or anything, but my understanding from those local conversations in 2019 was, yes, they could be targeted to a specific local use. And I know in other instances, Forest Service, I think, together, perhaps even with the county and with ACES and other third parties, have worked on forest restoration projects together, and I think commingled funding towards those ends. So I believe there's precedent, if you will, locally for that kind of activity, and I believe it could occur.
Great, thanks.
Are there any questions right now, Steve?
On the map that's on the screen right now, I had a question about that. There are a couple of mining claims that don't belong to the ski company. One, American Flag, actually looks like it overlaps with the ski company mining claims. And then another one, Bow Monday, looks like it just butts up against. That's not quite as clear there, but I was curious who owns those two mining claims in particular, and is there any problem with having the one kind of overlaps the ski company mining claim, and in terms of your commitment to not do any mining or mineral extraction, the owner of that American Flag particularly could potentially do mineral extraction underneath the ski company parcel on a little bit of it. And I just wanted to find out a little bit more about that.
Okay, Steve, I think I can answer that. What you see highlighted in turquoise, I guess that's the right color. That's the collection of mining claims that the Aspen Skiing Company owns. And to the extent it overlaps with other what we call competing claims, it's first in time, first in right. So those mining claim boundaries are pretty much set, and they've been set since the early part of the 20th century. In fact, those boundaries for the ski company mining claims date back to 1947 when the Aspen Skiing Corporation originally acquired that batch of mining claims, or that group of mining claims, for the construction of the top of the mountain for the sun deck. And so the American Flag and the Bow Monday, I think, are just shown there as illustrative nearby properties. I don't know off the top of my head who might own them. Mac, but we can certainly get that information to you.
Okay, and just for our knowledge, who are the owners of those mining claims? Is it all one party or different parties?
You know what? After I'm through talking, I can get on the assessor's website and report back later in the presentation on that.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
Looks like Suzanne has some info.
I've got I'm showing the American flag as part of the CFUJR Trust property. So what this map isn't showing is the full boundaries of adjacent properties.
That's right.
So I've got, definitely that's the American flag. I didn't catch the name of the other one you mentioned.
Bill Monday. Yeah, I believe that that's part of the Urshel Larson collection of claims.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
that is part of that same parcel as well.
Steve, does that satisfy your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right, other questions right now on the covenant? Okay, turn it back to Skiko.
Then we turn it to Michael.
Thank you. Thank you all. You have probably seen me back there for much of this process, and as the conversation has gotten bigger and broader, I asked if I might be up here, because it's the conversation has turned into a conversation that I'm part of a lot, and basically is in some ways defines my job, which I just hit my 6-year mark 10 days ago, which is to understand what's going on in the community, and then go further and kind of maybe look under the hood and really understand it and what the fixes might look like. So first I want to just share with you what that kind of looks like, different groups that I've been part of. So I principal part of the job is just lots of listening. I was part of the growth management, residential growth, kind of, what ended up being a little bit of a home size working group with Cindy, Zach, and Ellen. That was an 8-weeker. I was part of the Aspen Institute's Transportation and Mobility Forum. That was 18 months of digging in on that topic. I sit on Pitkin County's Mental Health Steering Committee. That's ongoing. I am part of Pitkin County's Housing Stability Committee. That is ongoing. And just a note on that obviously deals with, and I'm sure you know this is your committee, or called by one of your staffers, deals with homelessness, but also the unhoused, which is, folks that are working people who just can't find a house other than a van or an RV. It's a interesting conversation to be a part of. I sit on ACRA's Public Affairs Committee. That's ongoing. That group has started to look hard at this idea of destination management. I was on a destination think call for 2 hours this morning, and that's another interesting conversation that really has started to ask what makes for a balanced resort community. I just finished a month-long Aspen Institute Hearst Leadership Seminar. There were electeds from the full length of the valley, Greg being one of them as part of that. It was great to get to know each other. Mayor of Glenwood Springs, council member from Parachute. I learned a lot from them. I think there is a lot that we could learn from them. I have been watching your short-term rental work sessions. I have not participated in them because I really felt like this conversation and that conversation have started to overlap in terms of articulating concerns. And so I felt like I, for both of our sake, kind of maybe needed to just watch rather than participate. But I would love to jump in, and in fact I will a little bit in what I'm going to say today, since I'm with all of you. And I'll say that you can ask the folks at the City of Aspen. There probably is no one in the Upper Valley who has been pushing harder for short-term rental regulations than me. We had a group of CU students dig in on this for us 4 years ago, presented a proposed policy matrix to the city at a work session 4 years ago. So we made that 2 CU students' master's project as part of this Masters of the Environment program that they have. And of course, I was part of the airport process, which all of you, save Francie, were involved with. And I was on the community character working group. And I paid close attention to the other meetings, attended a lot of them. And as it was eventually acknowledged, I think, by most of you, so many of the concerns that were sort of in that conversation and being ascribed to the airport, we started to realize that they actually belonged elsewhere, that they were different conversations that were important to have, but we were sort of lumping them on the airport. So sort of in sum of all that, if a person could have a degree in how to understand and diagnose what's going on in the valley, I have done the coursework. You can bestow it on me if you like, you know, Aspen State Teachers College, you're a member, right, Greg? Anyway, but so what have I learned through all that? For one, you know, something that's come up again and again in this conversation, this idea of, you know, we feel out of balance. This comes up in everything. That it feels like we're stressed, we're bursting at the seam. It comes up over and over again. But I think what we as folks who are trying to maybe do something about that, we have to put the patient under the microscope. We can't sort of wing opinion masquerading as analysis. We sort of owe it to ourselves and the community to do better than that, and to be objective and also fair. So, and I know I sent you all a letter, so some of this may sound repetitive, but I'm going to make some additional points. So, how are we out of balance? You know, what's driving it? So let's look at objectively what is going on in the valley. The population of this valley has grown, particularly mid and down valley. Sometimes Aspen can feel immune to that from a population standpoint, but not from an impact standpoint. And just as an example that really proves this out, on our mountains, when we know who is skiing and what pass they have and where they're from, local pass use has never been as high as a percentage as it is right now on our mountains. What we feel on the mountains, and when we sort of say, who are all these people? The answer, the honest answer, is it's mostly us. And I think that this is happening a little bit in this destination think process, is that I think people have a tendency to assume if there is someone next to them in the lift line and they don't know that person, then they are a visitor. But that person could have been someone who moved to Carbondale 10 years ago for the same reason that I moved here 17 years ago, which was to be near great skiing. So that's one, population. As we know, this sort of the urban exodus phenomenon, we have a whole new wave of full-time residents who, again, can sometimes feel like, because they're engaging with our amenities for the first time, that they feel like they have a visitor profile, but they're actually residents. The job generation in the upper valley relative to the down valley population growth, I mean, this is your traffic conundrum. And that's particularly true in the high-end residential development and service sector. In that residential working group, staff's own analysis said that the residential build-out will create 2,900 new jobs, new non-existing jobs, just in the service sector, not in the construction sector. So those are jobs that people will take either by moving here or leaving a job that then someone else has to fill. That's a stressor. Next point within that residential idea is how dramatically residential development has changed. And again, I think Cindy and Zach, that working group was amazing and incredibly eye-opening. And I know that when it came time for them to present to you, it was the one meeting that I missed, and I really regret it because it sounds like it was hard and you could have used some people defending the work, and I would have. It is much more expensive, it is more complex, and it is more workforce intensive. And Philip Sapino gave, the city's community development director, I think is his title, gave a great presentation on this when the city of Aspen did their budget process. And he talked about just how much different a building permit is today in terms of what it represents and brings. Not the permitting process, but that if you were to take a building being built 10 years ago and one today, it's like, okay, those are two building permits. It's dramatically different today. It is so much more complex. What is being built is so much more complex and is therefore much more workforce and labor intensive. And the dollar amounts are just it's not just because of the increase in land values that the dollar amounts are so much higher. It's because of the complexity of what is being built. These are like, these are lodge-like in their complexities. You're having the short-term rental conversation. At the last meeting that I watched, I think Kelly really captured the significance of this quite well, and that, I think she said it's 1,700 to 2,000 units that we may be talking about. City of Aspen has their registration already going. That's 800 units long. That's the equivalent of dozens and dozens of boutique hotels, really made more complicated and impact intensive by the fact that it is so dispersed. So as I said in my letter, we have spent decades trying to plan the smartest, lowest impact way to run ski areas and to be a resort community. So much of that success traces to our transit system and the fact that most of the people who come to ski at our mountains get there on buses. That is an incredible planning success that we should all be proud of. It is being undone in very short order by a technological platform that came along that none of us asked for. It just happened. And we are now trying to figure out how to deal with that. And speaking of the Down Valley communities, Glenwood has done this. Glenwood started requiring registration in 2012, decided in 2018 that they had a problem and they needed to do something about it, had the community conversation, put regulations in place in 2019, and by 2021 had reduced the number of short-term rentals in their community by 35%. So, we've got a great example in our valley of this work being done. And this would land on us. So for people to say, oh, you guys just want more. Our own mountain surveys from the past 2 years have said up to 25% of our visitors are in residential lodging, are renting somebody's home as their lodging. So we are advocating for our communities to do something about this because we understand what the impacts are. And that, as Kelly pointed out in the work session, that they are not consistent with our community values. We want people who can get on a bus to go skiing, but we've allowed our lodging to mushroom in a way that actively undoes that long-standing community goal. And then it also eliminates free market housing. We know we have lost workforce housing that we have rented in the past on the free market to short-term rentals. And it drives up land prices. So if you're looking for sort of a big lever, a dial to reach out and grab and turn to address the concerns that are coming up within the context of every conversation, including this one, that's one of them, and that's probably your best one. So I just want to sort of double emphasize that point about the decoupling of our visitation patterns from our transit and our long-standing goals of we are so underparked as ski resorts relative to any ski areas doing the skier volume that we do. So that's all kind of, I feel like, trying to inform the conversation that this has turned into a bit and to ask ourselves, I think as Kelly and Francie, you've both said it, you kind of can't have the conversation without talking about that. And I totally agree with that. We have to be honest with ourselves about sort of how this application might contribute to any of that. And what we're talking about here is an amenity, and whether we're going to try to allow the amenity to expand in a way that we think it's time for. We're talking about this in some ways, if you were to sort of scrub Pandora's from some of the conversation and present it to someone and say, what are we talking about here? It sounds like we're talking about building a hotel up there, but we're not. But that's kind of where the conversation has gone. And I want to circle back to the airport process for a second, because that was one that really felt like it was a yes or no question that you were being confronted with. But through the process, it really, yes, you had to say yes or no at the end, but it was reshaped in a way that really the question that you were answering at the end was very different than the question that you started with. You know, and I think you did an incredible job with that, and I think that you took the work of the various committees, and then you further made sure those guardrails were real. And you know, I think people who were sort of just reflexively for it or against it and didn't pay attention to the process felt like, oh, they got the thing they asked for. No, they didn't. They got the thing that the community reshaped and sort of with a values matrix kind of pushed in the direction that we felt was the most right thing for the community. And if we pull this off, you know, we're gonna have the greenest airport anywhere practically, right? And that's something to be proud of. And so I think we've done that here too. And again, as part of some of these other conversations I've been in, the residential working group with Cindy and Zach, a question was asked there. You know, the TDR question was asked. And is there a way to make a greater community serving use out of the extinguishing of TDRs? And we're doing that. I mean, we've gotten to that point where it's like, hey, can we sort of create a funds with this that then we point at whatever community need we want to. I think that's a big win, and it is also, I'm quite proud that it's ended up there, frankly. Limiting development, you know, just concerns about development growth. This is a recurring theme. That's happening here. This isn't, you know, I don't think it's inaccurate to call it a voluntary downzoning and a kind of a first wave of sterilization of further development up there that you would want. I think even if this were to go through a different process, what we're doing would be the thing that you would want. So we're kind of jumping ahead and just saying, let's do that. I think the good news is, given all that, is that most people have gotten to a point where they're judging this for what it actually is versus sort of fears that it's going to contribute to this, you know, the long list of concerns that we have. And I think that's why there is so much legitimate support. I know, you know, it's been said that it felt like maybe that support was sort of orchestrated, but, you know, there's someone corralling the support, I guess you could say. But I think the support, to me, feels real, and I think that the supporters do want good. They want the kind of the greater good for this community. They're seeing that letting an amenity grow does not mean letting your bed base. It's not bed base that's growing, and that benefits everyone. I mean, this is really, if you ski, this is good. And if you ski on Aspen Mountain, yes, some people really would like to see the skiing remain largely for them, and as a skier, I kind of get that, but sort of as a community guy, you know, I can't abide by that. You know, I've advocating for an employee housing complex to be built that cut my view in half right next to me. Like, there's some things that if you say you care about community, you just can't abide. And I'll leave you with, I think, just back to the balance question, that I don't think it is in any way unreasonable to say that Pandora's can be a rebalancing of the community. If you extend the metaphor out and you think of, okay, what are the scales? What's the bad side of the scale and what's the good side of the scale? There are big, heavy plates being thrown on the high impacts side of the scale. You could argue that there are aspects of Pandora's that can contribute to that side of the scale, but we're talking ounces when there are 50-pound plates going on over and over again. And on this side of the scale, the things that we like and that we want, that could be the rebalancing, it's not only sort of blocking and subtracting that creates a better balanced community, it can be adding. And to me, this is a weight on that other side of the scale that says, hey, let's grow this amenity in the right way to benefit the most people, and then try to tick every single community box that we can in the process. And with that, I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I will.
Yes, Francie.
Well, somebody told somebody that you're their secret weapon with me. Because I think you know how much I respect your opinion and the work you've done in the Valley. So I really appreciate your coming and speaking. And I just want you to know that I do appreciate the way that you combine local and global in your perspective and looking at problems. And so just wanted to thank you, Michael, for coming in person and laying it on me.
Thank you. That means a ton. I thank you for that, sincerely. And I'm not gonna stop doing this. Like as soon as I feel like I can, and maybe now I can, like I'll be in that STR meeting, and I'll be, you know, when the residential thing restarts, I'll be there. And again, apologies I missed the last meeting. It's the right thing to be trying to do. And if that's it for me, I will hand it to my boss.
Well, let's check in. Other questions for Michael? Oh, Francis, there you go.
Oh gosh, somebody missed it. How terrible.
Yeah, just a bit of a related clarification. You know, we're eager to do short-term rental.
Mhm.
We're having that conversation. We only got the powers to do so in 2019, so.
Yeah, no, I have
We
learned
would have
that.
moved faster. I'm glad
Yeah.
we have them and look forward
Yeah.
to hearing from you.
Well, I appreciate the seriousness you are giving it, because it's serious.
I think you should clarify what you mean by that, because the way you just said it, you said you were eager to do short-term rentals.
Well, to address the issue of short-term rentals.
Thank you, just want to clarify.
And
I had to replay that also.
legislation passed in 2019 that lets counties license and regulate. So we're eager to continue that work.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for Michael?
Only a quick comment, a
Go ahead.
quip if I may. It's just that I realize that I'm going to testify to the brilliance of Mike Kaplan here, who I assume made the executive decision to hire Michael to go to all these lengthy meetings for him. That was a stroke of genius. You can actually go skiing while he's in meetings.
Well, like, gondola meetings are my favorite kind, so we just have to figure out to do, like, you know, get 30 people on the gondola for the next residential growth management meeting.
That was good.
Well, and I appreciate that picture had fin bars in it. That's an old picture.
Thank you for
Yeah.
hearing me out. I really appreciate the time.
Well, it was great to hear from you. You know, I've been dying to talk to you for the last 8 months, so here we are.
Really? Wow.
All right, let's keep going.
Hi, everyone. Auden Schendler here. I have to think that Michael laid out that litany of his job responsibilities and also how long he's been with the company, because he's asking for a raise. And he chose a public forum to do that, which I see as inappropriate. But in all seriousness, the letter Michael put together, which in Michael Miracle form was very long, is pretty amazing analysis of what's happening in the community. And his job has been to say, what's happening to us, and then to dig in and say why. And when he started talking about short-term rentals and what they do to the community, which includes taking up a spot that could be local housing, increasing the cost of rentals and bumping other people out. He started doing this 4 years ago, and I was like, shut up, get out of my office, you know, stop interrupting me. But his analysis is what I've been trying to do around climate for many years, which is to say, what is the problem, and then what are the real solutions versus what are the token solutions? So one of my favorite books is this John Fielder tome that's bound in leather that has pictures of Colorado 100 years ago taken by W.H. Jackson, and then pictures taken from today. And if you look at Aspen 100 plus years ago, you say, what the hell happened to this community at the time? It looked like it had been bombed, and that was a silver economy. So when I look at those pictures, I think, well, what is, assuming we value an economy, what is an appropriate economy for this town? And the answer we've come to is that a ski-based economy is appropriate if you do certain things right. And one of the things you'd have to do that we all learned years ago is you couldn't power the thing with coal. And so we've been working, along with many of you in the community, to change that. Aspen municipal power is clean. Holy Cross is on its way, and this is something we've worked on for 15 years to say it's not about the individual carbon footprint of the project you're talking about. It's about how you affect the system. So if the community is going to be a model for solving climate change, we're going to have to do a bunch of things as a community. We're going to have to, most importantly, wield political power, which I know many of you are doing, and which we try to do every day at Aspen Skiing Company. We're going to have to green the grid, which we're well on the way to, and you could almost say we've got that done. Let's tackle the hard things like transportation and big picture electrification of buildings. But the other thing we're going to do, which hasn't historically been in my purview, because I'm a fix the climate problem guy, I'm not a respond to the climate problem with resilience and adaptability, is we're going to have to pick a lane with regard to what the future looks like. And in that case, that means we're going to have to address water and drought and resilience and what the economy can sustain into the future. Now, a couple years ago, I think it was the Department of Agriculture that says, here's what you can plant in Aspen. It clicked and dragged Aspen into a new agricultural zone. And the reason I've always seen the Pandora's Project as a climate response is that what we're saying is fair enough. We're going to click and drag the mountain uphill. And I've always perceived it, this conversation has been intriguing to me because some people have opposed it based on climate grounds. But I've said, look, if a lift, for example, goes into this property, you're almost certainly swapping out another lift, Gents Ridge, which doesn't work that well, and eventually losing commensurate terrain lower on the mountain and lifts accordingly. The other piece of it is that the carbon impact of the lift itself is actually going away. And that's from the work we've done through Holy Cross, 15 years of trying to change the board. They now have a climate scientist as the CEO. They're 50% renewable as of right now. When we started this work, they were 5% renewable. So I see this project, if the ski industry, if a ski economy is what our community wants, then this is an appropriate look into the future about what we could expect to have, where we could expect to have skiing. I've publicly now taken on the concept of a carbon footprint because a lot of the conversation has been around that. And the reason I don't like that construction is that it puts the blame on the individual or the individual business instead of the system. And if you look at a project purely based on carbon, there's a reason to say no to everything. We just built electrified, 100% electric affordable housing in Basalt. If you looked at that from a carbon footprint perspective, it shouldn't have happened. And what I like to do is say, let's look at the system in its entirety, because otherwise the solution to climate change is to freeze in the dark. It's to turn off lights in each of your rooms each year to save carbon until you're only in one room and that's all you've got left. Another thing I've observed in looking at this discussion is that this is being talked about as if it were building a mall on a prairie or in a wheat field. But this development is inside the ski area. It's in the ski area boundary. It's impacted terrain. It was mined. If you look at the forests, they're heavily impacted and dying. And so this is not a green space development. It has been impacted before. And I think it's important to note, Aspen Skiing Company is not eager to expand our resorts willy-nilly. We're the only ski resort in the West, maybe in the US, to have voluntarily contracted our boundaries, and that was at West Willow in Snowmass. We gave it back to the Forest Service. We said, we don't want to do this. And that makes sense for Snowmass, which has 5,000 acres of skiing, but a small area that's seeing growing local skiing is in some ways the exact sustainable model we want, which is ski local, don't come in from outside, but then you end up with circulation problems, and part of this is designed to address that. A couple of other quick points. Another conversation has been around tree cutting. Don't cut the trees down because of climate change. You all know this summer that much of the West burned. And the issue in forests today is to retain carbon is not keeping the trees in place, but managing the forest, yes, thinning, not clear cutting, but selectively cutting to get the deadfall out and allow new growth, and so that you have a healthy forest. If you talk to ACEs, if you talk to Scott Fitzwilliams, anyone who knows about forests, that's what's going on. So there's a difference between clear cutting and forest management, what this project would do. My last point is around the conversation that has come up around the potential that we should offset a project like this with carbon reduction elsewhere. And I was reminded of when I was a kid, I used to read the Uncle Remus stories, Brer Rabbit. And Brer Rabbit gets caught by the fox and the wolf, actually. This is the famous Tar Baby story. And he says, "You can do anything you want to me. Just don't throw me in the briar patch." And of course, he grew up in the briar patch, and it's okay. He gets thrown in the briar patch. That's his escape. Well, for me, being told to do carbon mitigation, it's the same deal. This is what we do as a company. You guys know this. We've done projects that I have brought up to management and to ownership that when I was bringing them up, I knew they would think I was insane. The coal mine, hey, do you have, Lester Crown, do you have $6 million so we can do a coal mine methane capture project? And he says, yeah. So this company has supported these kinds of things, whether they are 7 LEED certified buildings, the different clean energy projects we've done from Hydro on the Hill to the largest solar array in the region when we started. My position has been supported in policy making. So when I served on the Air Quality Control Commission, Aspen Skiing Company said, you can go there. You can do it on the clock. Make policy for 3 days a month or longer. And this went on for 2 years, and we actually got some cool policy done in that time. Same thing is true for Protect Our Winters. My point is that we are going to do the next big carbon mitigation project, whether we're required to or not, and then we're going to do more. So the latest thing we've been thinking about is whether we can put a giant battery, a megawatt backup battery, through the redevelopment at Buttermilk. What this would do is it would provide seamless backup at the ski resort instead of using diesel. But most importantly, it would help Holy Cross get to 100% clean power, because what they need is not renewable energy, but storage. So this would be a demonstration project. It would lead the way. And we're trying to do this, if you've noticed, in multiple different ways. So a couple of years ago, I met with a Pitkin County group that Michael was part of, talking about the need for electrification codes. And you will get there. Pitkin County's going to electrify its codes because it's the only way to get to zero carbon. If you heat buildings with gas, they emit CO2 for their whole life. So you're going to get there. But Aspen Skiing Company has basically said, we're going to establish that code internally. So all our new buildings and retrofits of existing buildings are electric unless we run into a massive financial wall, which you're familiar with and we keep running into, but so far so good. So we will continue to do this. We will continue to reduce carbon. I want to close by saying, look, if we're a ski town and we like the economy, the outdoor ski economy that we have, we're going to need to do some things to shore it up. Those decisions are going to be made either today or in the future around high altitude terrain and the recognition that the lower terrain is going away and those lifts. And we're either going to make those decisions now or we're going to have to do them later. But ideally, we do them
a decade in advance. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Questions for Auden? Greg?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Auden. It's great to hear you speak on this. I really appreciate it, and I really, there's so much we could talk about on all this, so thank you. The question I wanted to put out was one I'd cast earlier, and I thought, well, maybe you're the right one. Regarding what happens on the cut trails in the summertime is an important thing, and it sounds as if really the object is nothing other than maintenance of the area. But I'm also wondering is there some way we can really look into what habitat what we're doing with the habitat that's created by the cutting of the trails and the thinning. I know that it's there probably will be some habitat loss for some animals, perhaps small animals, who, squirrels perhaps might have nested in that tree. But I also understand that if you cut a trail, you're creating a lot of new growth, which is great forage. And so what I'm trying to figure out is there any way that you can talk a little bit about the balance there, because people still are concerned about what does cutting a ski trail do to elk or moose habitat up there, or deer habitat, and is there any way we can actually get metrics on it? Is there have you guys thought about actually studying this, or maybe it's been done ad nauseum, I don't know, but I'd love to have that question answered, because it keeps coming back to me. What are we doing to habitat?
Right. Well, 20 plus years ago, when we cut the Two Creeks Trail, that was the first time for us, but also one of the first ski trails that was done differently. Like in the days of Aspen Skiing Company long ago, Jim Snobble and others, they cut trails by pulling the trees out, pulling the stumps out, and then basically bulldozing it. That's a problem. It's a problem because it destroys habitat, but it also creates erosion, and then it also brings in invasive species. If you go to Snowmass today, there's still slopes that have not recovered. With Two Creeks, what we did multiple things that were at the time cutting edge. One, if you look from the ground, you can't see Two Creeks Trail. It doesn't, or long shot rather. It doesn't visually look like it's a trail, and that's because one, it's S-curved. It's S-curved so that water doesn't sheet off down one run and carry erosion. It gets captured in tree islands. Two, we built tree islands and addressed the edge of the run, made the run less ragged, more ragged and less abrupt, and had tree islands so that if you're a squirrel or some other habitat, a rabbit, trying to get across this highway of snow, you can go to tree islands. So Two Creeks is an example that was then followed up on and improved on at Highlands, where you see that stumps are flush cut to the ground and left in place. Vegetation is left in place. There's a lot of research on that from that Ordinance 9 Two Creeks Wildlife Management Plan at Snowmass. In terms of pure metrics, I don't have the answer to that, but and maybe someone else does, but you can do these things in ways that, one, don't look like ski runs, and also, two, protect a range of different habitat through these different techniques.
Yeah, I'd add to it, Greg, that in our Forest Service approvals for Pandoras, in terms of the NEPA documentation and the decision notice, there are design criteria built into those that really call out the standards for revegetation and, if you will, restoration of that forest floor. So while you are correct, we're certainly taking out some environmental features. For example, cover for elk. We're actually in opening up the terrain and taking out the deadfall and introducing new, younger browsing trees. We're increasing the browsing area. So you get sort of a mix and match in terms of the benefits from those treatments. The other thing that will help to do, at least in the understory, once the, if you will, the dead trees and dying and diseased trees are removed, and you open that up and have a little bit of sunlight in, you have a healthier understory. You get sunlight to the forest floor, small brush, bushes, et cetera, can grow. So you do see other benefits that arise with that cutting carefully managed. And in our case, everything we do up there is really subject to our forest ranger oversight on finish of that. MAC will be kind of charged with the construction and knows full well what those requirements are now, and we think they're ultimately beneficial to forest floor health.
Thank you. And the last thing also is just, I remember thinking about the philosophy the Forest Service has had regarding new area development versus expansion. Could you explain, you understand what I'm talking about, where when they came and presented to us, I don't know how long ago, it was saying that this expansion, it kind of fits their criteria, but I want to understand why.
In this particular case, the reason this fits their criteria is it's in accord with the White River Forest Management Plan that was issued in 2002 that was years in the making. And in that particular forest plan, the ski area boundaries, and I explained this, I think, last session or the session before, the ski area boundaries, both permitted and contemplated, were firmly fixed, and there's no future expansion allowed in that forest plan or described in that forest plan for any future ski areas in Pitkin County or otherwise, really, in the White River Forest. I think the last real expansion in Colorado was really, or development of a new ski area, I should say, and substantial expansion was probably Beaver Creek. Keystone's had a couple terrain expansions in subsequent years, but I don't think with an enlargement of their permit area. And again, our permit area is constrained and confined, and there's no room for it in that 2002 forest plan to expand it any further.
Got it. Great, thank you.
All right, good. All right, other questions at this point for, I think, Auden, and then Mike will be up for his SKICO team, or Auden, Steve or Francine, no?
Thanks, Auden.
Okay.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks,
Thank
Auden.
Hello again, everyone. Mike Kaplan,
Hi.
for the record. Good to see you all. With a nice backdrop, a little snow on the roofs. Definitely makes me happy, at least this time of year, not in the midsummer, for sure. Thanks, Auden. Thanks, Michael, for all you're doing, for what you're doing for the company, for the community, and yeah, for my ski career. I really appreciate that. No, we're truly fortunate to have them. They've dedicated their personal lives, their careers, to make sure this is a better community, a better company, a better place, really, to live and make a living. It's funny, you think about it, and that's not even the whole sustainability team. So I don't know of a company our size that has more than one person, not to mention three. The third is Hannah Berman, and she's been busting her tail the last 18 months during COVID, trying to sort of progress our social justice goals and make sure everybody in this community has a fair shot and can weather the storm of COVID and actually advance themselves in their standing in the community. I think of our company, and I think these three really, really embody, I think, what makes us different and unique, and really our philosophy around trying to embrace what we call a stakeholder approach to business, where we gauge our success based on advancing and improving the experience not only of our guests, but of our employees, our community, enhancing the environment, and yes, making sure our ownership is happy. And it's not only the fact that they personify that effort, it's shared throughout the company, but these three people, they also have what I'd call the autonomy to make sure we're living these ideals. So Auden sits on the executive committee. There isn't a strategic decision that is made without him being part of that discussion and process. He actually has to physically sign off, I guess we do it digitally now, on every capital project that gets done in our company. Michael sits on senior staff, and yeah, not only all those committees, community committees, but countless Aspen Skiing Company committees, and he makes sure that dialogue reflects and the decisions are made in this context of what we call honoring place, which is sort of our the way we encapsulate that value around and community advancement. Hannah has direct access to everybody in the company. I hear from her regularly. She's really pushing forward on our philanthropy, our DEI, our diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, and specifically on our philanthropy, really pushing hard on ensuring quality education to everybody in this valley and in this community. So that's sort of an honor place kind of, the way we talk about that is through honor place. But the other big thing we try to embrace and talk about is taking the long view. And really that means making sure that we can look back on our decisions 5, 10, 20 years from now and say, yeah, that was a good decision. That did actually advance these stakeholder interests, this broader perspective, doing right by the community, by our employees, by the environment, and by our owners for generations to come. And so as this process has gone on, I can assure you it's generated deep reflection and discussion, and us asking ourselves the question, does Pandora's really do all that, right? Does it honor place? Is it representative of us taking the long view? Does it advance the values that we espouse? And I can guarantee you that Auden and Michael wouldn't be here today if they didn't believe that. And I can definitely assure you, speaking for myself, that I wouldn't be here again today if I didn't believe in my heart of hearts that this is, in fact, a great project, a great idea for the community. So how do I do that and assess that? Is just taking stock, right? What does this get the community? And it's way more than improved skiing, but improved skiing is important. Michael touched on it. Aspen Highlands is known as the locals mountain. Aspen Mountain is in fact the locals mountain. Way more locals on Aspen Mountain, 50% more locals on Aspen Mountain on any given day than at Aspen Highlands. And it is a real benefit and improvement, not only to the experience, but to the safety of the experience on Aspen Mountain. We've heard from some of the commenters here that have come before you about Spar and Copper and how those trails come together. To have a new pot of skiing up high that pulls people up there and keeps them up there really changes the makeup of how people circulate on the mountain, benefiting everybody's experience, making it safer. I also think it makes it safer in the side country, in the back country, as we see this intensifying use. It's more and more of an issue, and this really addresses it in a significant way, in a lasting way. Auden spoke to the climate change resiliency point. I think that's powerful and important if we want to stay in the ski business in this community, and I think we do. And then finally, it addresses this stuff Michael talks about in extinguishing these residential development rights. 157 acres of private residential, private Aspen Skiing Company land permanently prevented from being developed as residential. We think, we couldn't find the exact, we couldn't find anything to prove this, but Tom Todd thinks this is the largest, or one of the largest extinguishing of residential development rights ever to occur on the backside of Aspen Mountain. It's a big number. I can assure you, if we are able to do a TDR on the ridge parcels, those funds would go to a local project. We won't allow them to disappear into the federal treasury, as so many of our annual ski area fees due every year, and we're working on that as well. And, you know, so I think about that. I think about the original intent, the 1994 legislative intent of this body to create residential, rural and remote zoning back there that did allow for skiing back then. It honors that original intent. And I think it really takes into account what you guys have been talking about. This long-term planning, the goal is to get in front of this residential development. And I think this anticipates that. It handles it proactively and locks this land up long-term, which I think is exactly what you're trying to accomplish. So I would just urge you not to wait for another technology to leapfrog use ahead of protection, because we know technology, it's moving fast. I don't think we can afford to allow that to happen. And I was struck by one of the commenters, one of the letters that was written actually by Wally Obermeyer, and it really struck me, and I think it hit home, and it was, the way I'd interpret it is, let's not fall prey to the flawed logic that we can reduce our busyness by reducing the quality of and the safety of the skiing experience. I think that would be a mistake. So I don't think that's what this community's about. And obviously, you've got the backing of 1,600 petition signers. You've got the backing of some incredibly thoughtful, passionate, logical, community-minded advocates to really vote yes for this proposal. And I think you will look back on this decision, and it'll be one that you'll be proud of. So urge you to consider that. Now I'm going to hand it to Heather, and she's going to wrap up exactly what we're talking about in 2 slides or less.
2 words or less, no. So I have to follow all of these guys, right? And try and wrap up 24 years of discussion. Let's just narrow it into the last 4 years. We've spread around the appreciation, so I will echo that. We really appreciate as a team how far you all have dug into this. Right? It's easy to say, here's the application, here's the boundary of what that application is looking like, and here it ends. But you all have forced the conversation to dig significantly deeper. And we really appreciate that. And you can see how seriously we've taken that. So I do want to try to put a bow on what the last 4 years have really looked like. So we, from our perspective, we've checked a lot of boxes. And from where this started to where we are now, I think there's more boxes checked now, honestly, than there were when we began the application and the rezoning and the master plan were together. So in thinking about that, what have we done? The rezoning criteria as put together in the code from our perspective have been met. I think as you see in the draft ordinance in front of you and in the findings of fact, that's acknowledged, that we have met these criteria. In that, again, like reverse whatever it was, 3 years, where was the data? What did that look like related to change conditions? We went away, we've gathered that data. We've really looked at and deeply analyzed those change conditions. How it relates to safety, how it relates to the use of the area, et cetera. So from our perspective, the rezoning criteria have been met. The project conforms to the East of Aspen master plan. Again, that was questioned, right? Well, there's some conflicting language here. What does that language really mean? And we went back to P&Z and we dug in pretty deeply with those guys. And we said, okay, at the time, what did this language really mean? What does this master plan actually say? And clarified some of that language and brought that back. So again, you'll see that in the ordinance that it now conforms to the East of Aspen master plan. A lot of the conversation today, think about these next 2 check boxes. It serves the community interest. The project is environmentally responsible. That was a big part of the dialogue the last time we were here, this time, where Michael and Auden especially are contributing. I'm so sorry, my light was not on. Thank you. and hopefully from our perspective have really shined a light on this project and how it relates to community interest, how it relates to the future of this community, who we're going to be and what that's going to look like, and that we all put a stake in the ground. The project is environmentally responsible. Not just is the project environmentally responsible, but you take a step back and you think about Aspen Skiing Company being out in front of what will follow as code, electrifying buildings prior to that becoming code. Being able to do those things, and Pandora's not being an exception to that. And now thinking about not just the ordinance, but the restrictive covenant, and again, setting a precedent on the amount of acreage and the extinguishment of residential on those properties, limiting that development, really ensuring well into the future that that stake in the ground remains, and it remains unchanged. This is about skiing. And with that area, obviously placing those same restrictions on the ridge development. This is essentially planning and execution at the same time. Do we need to wait for that to go further? No. Do we hope that's a precedent for the further planning? We sure do. So, what are we actually asking? We are, in fact, asking not to wait, not to do planning further at this time, but to move this project forward, and then we will be there to participate in all of the additional efforts to continue the planning and management of the ridge and beyond. So, approve on second reading with the conditions. So you saw in your packet, Suzanne included some language that we had that would reference the restrictive covenant and should be included in the ordinance. So that's in your packet, not in the draft. So the bold would, in terms of a motion from our perspective, we'd want to make sure that we included the language that included the rural and remote ski rec restrictive covenant. So approve today our ordinance for rezoning, and then include in that approving the resolution, which is just the master plan, which sets activity envelopes around the ski lift, ensures that those things happen in a particular area, and that's it, and then encompass the Pandora's area. With that, I think we are done, except for any questions you all have for us.
Okay, any further questions for Skiko? Greg?
Yeah.
Francie?
I guess I needed to find out what you really mean by not waiting. Like, we're going into a ski season. I can't imagine you're going to go up and start cutting things down and moving stuff around up there. So what do you mean by not waiting?
Well, we would like approvals now with a vote hopefully tonight. And for us, that means as a practical sense that if BOCC approval were to occur, I think it becomes official 30 days after a vote or something of that nature. But with an approval in hand, we would plan for and proceed to finish our, if you will, solicitation for grading permits with the county and try to move forward with timbering in the summer of 2022. Lift construction would likely follow the year after in 2023, but that would be our idealized timeline to conclude the regulatory review, obtain our approvals, and be able to proceed in this coming summer.
Got it. Okay. So really, it's just you want to be able to launch into permitting. And that's what's to take to move forward, and I don't know how long that takes, but I assume you do. Okay. Let's see, is there something you said that I just wanted to make sure I understand? The ski area, ski rec master plan that the Forest Service developed in 2002, I want you to say it, I don't want to say it, but I think what it said is that you have a boundary. Pandora's is within that boundary now, but it doesn't expand beyond that boundary. So the Forest Service's federal plan, I just want to make sure it's really clear.
Yes. The 2002 White River Forest Plan basically described, with respect to ski areas, described areas within the White River Forest for existing and potentially future ski areas. there are essentially no future ski areas described in that plan, and the boundary or the area in the Forest Service plan that would look at Pandora's, for example, is limited to our permit area. There is no plan opportunity on the forest side to be able to expand any direction but up the ridge or to the south. So the Forest Service plan would constrain us, not to mention we are limited by our Forest Service permit boundary, which is fixed, and they're not in a position to expand it or increase it at this point in time. We're also obviously constrained by any other county restrictions as well as the private property ownerships that are beyond us. So whether you look at the Forest Service, if you will, master plan for the White River Forest, our Forest Service accepted master plan, our NEPA constraints, as well as local regulatory constraints, our boundary is essentially fixed, and there really isn't any room beyond it, what you've seen in these exhibits, for us to pursue something else.
Great, thank you for clarifying that.
Other questions for Skiko? Francie?
Yeah. So I tell you that Auden's one of my heroes, and you bring him to me.
Come back here, Auden.
Okay, how do you actually exit the mountain after skiing Pandora's? You still have to come down the same way as everybody else, is that correct? Yeah, okay, so it doesn't eliminate the Spar Gulch problem or the problem approaching the gondola, that's still all there, but during the daytime it spreads it out. Okay.
With the following caveat, you could, if you were skiing Pandora's, and just lapping within it, you could essentially lift out of Pandora's, come from that top lift, and go to the gondola and download on the gondola if you wished.
Or go over to Silver Queen or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could exit, you could come all the way across and exit on the Ruthie side as well.
Okay.
Yes.
True, okay. And then, I think this is sort of an Auden thing, maybe it was you who said this, Mike, I can't remember. I think it was Auden who said something about the skiing by incorporating Pandora and not having it be sort of a backcountry skiing experience, you make it safer but aren't you just pushing the backcountry skiers further down the ridge? Won't they go there now that the Pandora's has 500 people instead of 100 people? Won't they just keep going, don't you think? I think they will. I don't know what the terrain is like past there, so I don't know if it's possible, but it seems like that would be an outcome of it. Not that that's a detriment to approving Pandora's or anything, but I just think that could happen.
There are constraints, it's not as though the terrain to our south is, again, as easily accessible, because so much of it is private property owned by third parties, not by us, but other people own much of the acreage to our south. So there is a constraint, or if you will, private property use question of who could, should, would be allowed to use those private lands, which we can't answer. With respect to other forest lands, again, beyond the first pattern of private use, that's where you're in our powder tours permit area. So that area, we have essentially the permit to operate powder tours. So there are some uses, whether private property ownership interests or that powder tours permit, that in effect already occur there and would in some sense, if you will, defer or prevent some of the spillover if people wanted to go backcountry skiing there. I think backcountry skiing, like so many of the issues that we've been talking today, is sort of a systemic issue, really, because the growth in backcountry skiing that's been kind of revolutionized by alpine ski technology and the ability to, uphill. That, I think, is growing really across the county and throughout the Central Rockies, really. Other ski areas are seeing the same. So I think that growth in that sports activity will continue. one of our responses has been to try, if you will, to support it, to encourage uphilling, trying to confine it into or control it into our permit areas and keep the impacts, if you will, inside of the permit areas. So we've seen a tremendous increase of that kind of activity at Buttermilk, for example. And I think for our part, we're trying to absorb some of those impacts. But there's no question that the growth of that sport, of the, if you will, off-piste uphilling and other activity, whether it's here or in Marble, you know, that probably is going to continue kind of across the local Central Rockies.
Okay, I have another question too. It's about TDRs, but I think I'll wait and maybe direct it to Cindy and Suzanne. I'm not sure.
Could I ask one more?
Steve had his
Oh,
hand up,
oh,
and then
sure.
we'll go back to you, Greg.
Thank you, Kelly. In the portion of the AR10 portion of Pandora's down by the bottom of the lift, in reading the restrictive covenant, it does, I can't tell whether it applies to that, but I'm thinking specifically of snowmaking, which oftentimes at the bottom of a lift, it's essential to make snow or have snowmaking capabilities just to be able to cover the ground enough for all the people coming together in a highly concentrated area to get on the lift. So this is, I guess, related to the restrictive covenant, but in relation to the AR10 land. And I've been trying to read through it to determine if snowmaking is addressed in that lower portion. I would be in favor of allowing snowmaking in the AR10 portion by the bottom of the lift, because I think it's farther down the mountain, and at some point it could become essential to just to be able to operate the lift there. So could you address that?
Do you want me to, or do you want to? I'm happy
Well,
to
why
go
don't you
ahead.
address it technically?
You are correct to note that we did not include it as a use, Steve. We have not presumed we would need it at that elevation and with that northeast aspect of that terrain. You know, thinking about it now, I certainly wouldn't mind reserving that as a possibility in the future, but we have not proposed it. We don't have any plan or drawing, if you will, that would suggest a connection to it. The only other thing that I might note is as that AR10 is rezoned to ski rec, again, our uses in ski rec and the conditional rezoning are limited to those that are described in the plan itself and in the approval of the ordinance. So that ski rec then would really provide protection and prohibition of it, as it wasn't a called out permitted use. So in a sense, the zoning itself limits that use, and I don't think the restrictive covenant would necessarily be any more than belt and suspenders on top of it. But we have not provided for it and are not contemplating it at present.
Any more questions?
So
Steve?
I guess that could be a question for us to discuss maybe later on.
Well, we certainly, we certainly wouldn't mind the possibility of a reservation that could be reviewed by BOCC in the future. In the AR10, it's not really subject to that covenant, which is on the former, or would be on the former rural and remote properties. But if the BOCC was so inclined, retaining a reservation to come back and consider that in a future mountain master plan would certainly be appreciated and probably sound.
And to be clear, it's not included in the current proposal for the mountain master plan.
Correct.
And that could be a way to leave it, allow the reservation in the restrictive covenant, but it is not included in the mountain master plan. So then it would have to be reviewed and approved through a new mountain master plan or an amendment.
Well, speaking as a former snowmaker and snowcat operator, I think it could be a wise thing to have that be an option, that it could be reviewed in the future if the ski company thought at that time, because of more climate change issues happening, that just in order to keep it skiable at the bottom of the lift.
Okay, Greg, you had another question?
Yeah, I appreciate Steve bringing that up, and I would certainly support the conversation. I'm reminded, I'd hate to see you, Mike, repeating that photograph of Darcy Brown standing at the bottom of Little Nell, 1977, cover of the Aspen Times, with his hands out and absolutely no snow behind him. Was that at Christmas time, or it was something? It was really the worst nightmare, and I can't imagine it happening up there, what Steve is talking about. But on the other hand, it's just because my imagination's limited. It's not because it couldn't happen. So I think it's a forward-thinking proposal that I think Steve has put forth. I guess the one thing that strikes me is use patterns on the mountain. I feel as if I've seen real use patterns in terms of crowding on the mountain, and I'm not sure I understand how Pandora expansion can alleviate that on the upper part of the mountain. I think specifically about those long lines on a powder day now. I'm inclined not to ski powder anymore because I don't like waiting in long lines. But I've noticed a lot of people showing up, and can you share numbers with us on ski visitors on maybe specifically powder days, but just how have the use patterns on Aspen Mountain changed just in the last few years? And who knows where they're coming from? I'm not sure if that matters as much as, are we seeing more people showing up?
Not a fire alarm.
Doesn't help to turn off your phone, I guess.
Can you pull up that slide real fast? That shows the Aspen Mountain visitation. I'll speak to it, which is, last year you got to remember we was COVID, right? So the long lines we experienced on Aspen Mountain were due to the fact that the gondola was loading at less than a third of capacity. We were getting less than 2 people per cabin, and we sort of had that perfect storm that one day, literally, first big powder day. We sort of had a 76, 77 like start to the year, but snowmaking and sort of the crew's incredible work, they masked it well, and we had great skiing from the get-go. But so when it did finally snow, everybody showed up, and of course it was a holiday. It was a day where the kids' passes weren't valid until 11 a.m. because we were trying to stay within our cap on how many people we're going to have on any given day. So I think last year was really a throwaway year in terms of that experience. Hopefully, we never experience that again, and definitely not for this year is the goal. Overall, what we've seen in terms of skier days is, it's been flatlined for like 25 years. We see some little dips in shifts when we installed deep temerity and opened up into Highland Bowl. You did see some shifting from Aspen Mountain to Aspen Highlands. So we have seen some growth at Aspen Highlands, and that's really where it's been. But for context, Aspen Mountain roughly does 300,000 skier days per year, give or take. I don't think it's ever gone much over 315 that I can recall, and much under 295. Highlands is the one that's gone from, depending how you count, because the previous owners maybe didn't count as accurately as we do, but it went from like 100,000 skier days to about 200,000. It was probably a little more than 100, depending how you count. So that was a shift. I would say the biggest shift that Michael's referring to is that when we have a powder day, or maybe I'll just talk about our peak days. Our peak days are usually about 20,000 skiers in a day. You know, if you have 18,000 across the 4 mountains, it feels busy, but you don't feel like you're over the top. When you get over 20,000, you go, ooh, it's, that's that time period between Christmas and New Year's. We have had more days coming up close to that 20,000 number. Would be one of the things you've observed, and it's happened more on weekends in the middle of the year, and that's, I think, due to the population growth that Michael referenced and the growth in the Mountain West. Right, we have 2 million more people in Denver, or something like that, in the last 10 years, and fortunately they're young, they're millennials, and they're getting out and they're skiing. So we're seeing some of that. I would say in terms of local pass sales, those have gone way, way, way up. And that's been the biggest shift that I've seen. And so that contributes to that weekend bump in visitation and that powder day effect. So we've done things over the years, and actually, oh, here it is, look at that. So that shows Aspen Mountain. Now, it doesn't quite show it, because this just shows the locals as a percent of total skier visits, or the season pass visits. And the orange bars are pass visits, blue bars are what we call, paid ticket visits. You can see at Aspen Mountain, always over 50%. That's what I was referring to. So if you do the math, over 50% of 300,000 on Aspen Mountain is way more than, so let's say 50% on Highlands of 200,000. So 50% more locals on Aspen Mountain. And then this just shows the mix on the right in total of what I was just talking about. We're seeing more and more season pass visitation related to, I'd say, that regional growth and local growth. But it's not really coming from destination visitation growth. That's been really quite flat over the years. We've seen, again, little bumps and drops, and obviously a big drop last year. We're hoping that rebounds a bit this year. So I hope that answers the question. There's a lot of numbers or specifics you can get into. But
yeah, I think it does. It helps. Just, it's easy to forget the capacity of the gondola is cut by 2/3. And so that explained the lift line at number one day last year. It was like 1970s.
It was a perfect storm, and that day we didn't have the bell chair ready to go. We had Little Nell, but it was 1A, and so people were stuck. And again, it was the COVID plus perfect storm effect. And obviously in the future, hopefully we'll get 1A built, and that'll be a big pressure relief for the base area issue you're talking about. And I think we'll pull more people away from Grand Junction over to the west side of the mountain, and I think that'd be very helpful as well.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, I just have two, I think, quick questions. Can I look at the parcel map again? Something Steve said just sparked a question for me about, the areas of the covenant that you've preserved in the future of a land swap.
This one or
this one's
this one?
fine. No, the other one's fine. Does that include those Forest Service parcels that I think are just to the right of it? I think that's the Lewis property, just the small little rectangle there. Do you see what I'm saying? Can you help me,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not
No,
tracking.
that's, yeah,
Say
yeah,
again.
right there, right where you're,
These?
yeah, right on the outside of that orange.
On the outside of it,
yeah.
these. And what about them?
Well, because you were talking about if in the future, if there's a land swap, that the covenant would extend to the Forest Service parcels, and I just wasn't sure if that went to the outside of those, or not.
As in, would it cover
Yeah, right
this
there.
entire thing?
Right.
I see.
Want me to answer
I
that?
believe so.
Yeah,
if you
I
would.
can answer that.
I mean, I
The
think
way
I
the
know
That's all I'm
the
looking
answer.
for.
The way the covenant is currently drafted, just those parts of the Forest Service lands within Pandora's
Okay.
that are currently zoned rural and remote would automatically be included if there's a land swap.
Got
So
it.
that like bow tie shaped parcel just outside of
Mhm.
Pandora's
Bow tie,
would
that's
not
good.
automatically be covered if there's a land swap.
I see, okay. And then my other question was, I think in the covenant, you acknowledged the elk closure period, but I don't think there was a date associated with that. I imagine that gets wrapped into the master plan approvals, but can you just clarify what those dates are?
Typically, that runs from, roughly May 1st to April 20, something on that order. And we took the dates out specifically so that whatever the Forest Service really determines and describes as the closure period, we would have to follow. So we basically just tied it to what would be required. Whatever those dates may be, they could grow over time. We don't really know. And we've set it up so that it would hopefully then track with what occurs on the other mountains as well.
Okay, I thought that's not something we specify in
The resolution has the
Okay.
specific dates, which
Okay.
right now read May 1st to June 21.
Okay. Okay. But the Forest Service recommended July 15th, I think. Okay.
CPW had originally recommended a later date.
Okay.
The July date, and then there was
Got
the
it.
discussion at the P&Z about consistency with the restrictions on the other mountains, and that was when these dates were what were supported by the Planning Commission after that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Does the board have any other questions for SKICO at this point? Okay, we are going to take a break. Our board will go into executive session. And so I will need a motion from the board to enter into executive session for the purposes of discussion of advice from counsel. Mr. Ely, do you have a citation?
I would phrase it to discuss the Aspen Skiing Company application currently before the board and receive legal advice from counsel. And the citation would be CRS 24-6-4024B.
Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? I'll just note, I hope this is a quick discussion. Maybe we'll plan on a 25-minute break for everyone. Does that make sense? I'm looking to staff.
Where are we going to have this session?
We'll go upstairs. So for everyone who's here, we'll plan on having a total break of 25 minutes. That'll give us time for exec and maybe a bathroom break. And then when we come back, we'll open up the public hearing for public comment. And Steve, I saw your hand. Other questions or comments?
I was going to ask about the public hearing. Should we do that now before the executive session or after?
At the beginning of the meeting, I had said we were going to do it after this. So we'll just stick to that for any folks who might have been tuning in. Okay.
Okay.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 And Steve, you have a link in your email to
The
join.
link has expired. Kelly,
What's that, John?
the link that I emailed out to the board and to staff has expired. The Zoom room is occupied, so Andrew will have to generate a new link to send it out to all of us who aren't present in the building.
Can we just
So
meet in
John,
the
that's
meeting room up
just
there
you and Steve?
and not do Zoom?
I believe, let's see, I'm not sure, but I can make sure that Andrew has the complete list of people. I'm not sure if he's physically there in the building.
Okay. All right, so we'll look for that in email and we'll connect in 5 minutes. Okay, everyone, thank you. We'll be back right around 3:30, between 3:30 and 3:45.
So tell me again, how are we reconnecting?
So we'll just go up into a
Into the
conference
meeting
room.
room.
And we'll bring my computer and we'll Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 27th. We are resuming our discussions of the Aspen Skiing Company request for rezoning of the Pandora's area and a resolution to approve the ski area master plan. Let me check in. Steve Child, let's see, we can get audio from you and see you on video, hopefully. You can hear us? Okay, I'll trust we'll be able to hear you. All right, so we are going to enter into the public comment period now. I will alternate between folks who have signed up here in person. I will call them in order of the list to folks on the Zoom. So we'll do 3 in person and 3 on Zoom. Any individuals who are joining us on Zoom, when I recognize you, I'll ask if you would like to have your video turned on. And you can let us know at that time. You will have that function available to you on Zoom so we can see you. And that is in response to some feedback we've gotten from prior meetings. So thank you to the public for that. Okay, so first I have John Doyle, and then Lo Semple, and then John Sarpa here in person. If you could be prepped to come up in that order. And we've heard from a lot of familiar faces and names here, so I'll just ask folks to be succinct, and we'll keep comments to 3 minutes, please. Hi, John.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. John Doyle, here from Aspen. Just wanted to say recently, I read that Condé Nast Traveler listed Aspen as its #1 best small city in America. I think it's pretty clear that Aspen's relevance is not dependent on new ski terrain. I applaud the ski company for removing real estate development from their proposal, but I'd like to point out that the proposed lift still
John,
sits.
could you speak up a little? Sorry, thank you.
I applaud the ski company for removing real estate development from their proposal, but I'd like to point out that the proposed lift still sits just above one of our most priceless open spaces, the North Star Nature Preserve. As a newly elected official, I've had the opportunity to participate in a Colorado Association of Ski Towns conference, as well as a Colorado Municipal League conference. Both events reinforced what I already believed, that around the state, Aspen, Pickens County, and the Roaring Fork Valley are widely acknowledged as leaders in public transportation, employee housing, etc., but we are really looked up to for our environmental policies. At the most recent CAST conference, Park City introduced what they called the 4 pillars of sustainable tourism. #1, locals' quality of life. #2, care for the environment. #3, economic stability of the community. And last, #4 is the visitor experience. Everyone is dependent on the previous one, really, to maintain the sustainability of our community. As I mentioned before, the UN Climate Panel has released their latest report, and it's Code Red for Humanity. This week, the UN reports that greenhouse gases in the atmosphere have reached a 3 million year high, putting the world, quote, way off track, unquote, on climate goals. There's been virtually no slowdown of greenhouse gases emissions during the pandemic. Yesterday, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in Glasgow for the COP3 conference stated that, quote, the emissions gap is the result of a leadership gap, but leaders can still make this a turning point to a greener future instead of a tipping point to climate disaster. This very Bureau of County Commissioners declared a climate emergency not long ago. I'd like to point out that most, not all, of the people who have spoken out in favor of this expansion are older than me, and I'm 60 years old. How much longer will these ski enthusiasts be skiing, let alone skiing Aspen Mountain? I'd also like to point out the ski company is the largest employer in the valley. Many other locals are indirectly employed or dependent upon the ski company business. There is a large group of people who won't speak out against anything ski company because of possible perceived repercussions. Business as usual is warming our planet. Business as usual has shortened our ski seasons and decreased quality of life for locals. Last but not least, and I've said this from the very beginning, I don't think the ski company has really demonstrated a real need for this lift. We have 4 incredible different ski areas with some of the shortest lift lines in the industry. While it might be necessary in the future, I don't think it's necessary now. There's no real need for this development. Lastly, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Please listen to your staff's recommendations to deny the rezoning so that the East of Aspen Master Plan and the Castle Creek Master Plan can be completed. Thank you.
Thanks, John. There's always an advantage going first because I forget to put the timer on.
Lucky for me.
All right. Lo. And then John Serpo will be on deck. Lo Semple, hi there.
Hello, Council. Thank you for everything, going through all this. And I'd like to state my name is Lo Semple, and I'm younger than John Doyle. There are plenty of things in Aspen to rail against. Plenty. A modest ski area expansion is not one of those things. I really feel like when we reach this dialogue in Aspen, a ski town, against a modest increase of skiable terrain within the permitted area approved by the Forest Service, I feel like we've lost our way. Pandora's is for us. There are no tourists here in this room. Pandora's ski area expansion is for us. We're the ones who live here year-round. When the tourists and the paying customers, as I like to call them, are all gone, we're the ones that are going to benefit from the ski area expansion. This year is going to be our 75th anniversary of skiing in Aspen. What an incredible way this would be to demarcate that and to celebrate that. I think that would be pretty cool, personally. The other thing I'd like to say is, on a more personal level, this feels like, this kind of dialogue feels like it's driven a wedge on some level between our community. I know it has with me and people that I know that are my friends that are against the Pandora's expansion. And I think they have good points, frankly. I really do. I think the people, John Doyle, who just spoke out, I think he's got really good points about this. But what I really feel like is that this discourse and this kind of this discussion that we have ultimately arrives us at a better finished product. And I think the ski company has been a good steward of the environment in light of development. I think the ski company has been a really good steward, and I think they've addressed a lot of the concerns, and I think that's going to lead to a really good finished product. I just want to thank you guys, everyone on the commission and on the county staff, for all your hard work. These meetings are very important, and the people that complain about the length of meetings are the ones that really don't want to be informed on these issues, and I feel like you guys have really put in the hard work and can continue to do that to make sure that this is a good finished product, and I would really just encourage you to vote in favor of this. And I'm someone who's in the ski industry, not part of the ski company, but in the ski industry. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lo.
Good time.
All right.
Hello,
Hi, John.
I'm John Sarpa, and I wanted to talk about community and partnership with you for a few minutes. You know, there's never a clear or easy answer when something's this complex and you have a lot of bright, well-meaning, caring people on both sides. But I think something gets a little lost when you're this far into it, and that is how lucky we are. as a community to have the kind of partnership that we and you particularly have with the ski company. That's not an excuse, but we certainly know it's unique to have partners like we have. And when I was listening to Michael, Auden, Mike, you can't help but think, wow, these are well-informed, smart people. They're not trying to do something except find that balance between how do we stay this viable community of ours, take care of our environment, not step on people or things that shouldn't be stepped on. And they do that with a long-term view. I appreciated Mike Kaplan's thought, particularly on their long-term view of things. And I got to believe that with what you've been able to accomplish through the hearing process, you gave them very clear signals. If you want us to have additional support, get rid of the crickets. No, kidding. If you want us to have additional support, please do the following things. And there was real concern about the additional areas. Not in Pandora's, but it's close. And you said, go fix that. Clean that up. And they did. That's what a good partner does. And I'm asking you to be good partners, to listen to them. To me, they've really thought hard and long about this on their side. They have responded to some very difficult requests, frankly, you've made in a very positive way. So because of that, I hope you will find your way to support this and support your partners in the ski company.
Great, thank you,
Thank
John.
you.
All right, I'm going to recognize some people online that I know have been here for a while, and then I'm going to ask folks on Zoom to please raise your hand because maybe not everyone wants to participate in public comment. But I know Tracy Murtaugh and Scott Sharon and Mike Maple have been hanging with us for a long time. So I will go ahead and Tracy, if you wish to make public comment, let us know if you want to have your video turned on. We'd be happy to do that.
Just nothing to say in addition at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Scott Sharon. If you want to go ahead and let us know if you wish to address the board and you can turn your video on. We can't hear you, sir.
Scott, you're unmuted on Zoom. Make sure your phone is unmuted as well.
All right, we'll come back to Scott. Scott, you can raise your hand if you'd like to address the board. We'll call on you later. And Mike Maple, go ahead.
And how do I get to video?
We'll turn you on right now.
Oh, awesome. Join as a panelist.
All right, you have to unmute. We'll work this out, don't worry. There you go. Hi.
Oh, there we go. Technology.
All right. Well, welcome, and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good enough. Thank you all for taking our comments and for having this hearing. In any event, please do not conflate or mix up development and activity pressure in the Richmond Ridge and Little Annie area with improved access to Pandora's terrain. I agree it is regrettable that cabins in the rural and remote zones have, in some cases, become high turnover, beautiful background I've got, high turnover vacation rental homes. My Cemetery Lane Neighborhood Homeowners Association places strict limits on short-term rentals to preserve our owner-occupied residential character, and I would invite the short-term rental limitations in residential and remote neighborhoods. In my view, while Richmond Ridge and Little Annie activity has been pushed by growing affluence of our residents, property owners, and guests, the real culprit is technology that has improved and simplified access. Backcountry ski equipment is light years better than it was 10 to 15 years ago, allowing more people to easily access the back and side country. I have rarely ridden a snowmobile, but it is very clear to me that modern snowmobiles are more reliable, more powerful, faster, and more versatile than in years gone by. This improvement in technology has made use of the backcountry and backcountry cabins more accessible. Please do not attribute increase in Richmond Ridge activity made possible by technology with the addition of Pandora's lift service. Arguably, Pandora's lift service will decrease Richmond Ridge activity by expanding ski experiences within the ski area boundary. The Pandora's expansion is a win-win-win. The project will create and preserve public access to 90 acres of private land while sterilizing development on 150 acres. It is endorsed and approved by the U.S. Forest Service, who have said it will have minimal environmental impact and improve forest health. Expanding high altitude skiing terrain is a reasonable response to climate change. P&Z has recommended approval and many hundreds of people have voiced their support. Lastly, there can be no question the addition of this terrain will improve the Aspen Mountain experience by providing new terrain while improving skier safety and circulation. Pandora's expansion will improve the quality of life in Fitton Canyon. Please vote to approve Pandora's. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mike. Okay, next, Jim Light, if you would please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Let's see, I need to.
And Mike, you'll need to mute yourself. But Jim Light, go ahead and unmute yourself. And if you wish for us to give you video permissions, let me know. This used to go much more quickly. Jim? Jim, you'll need to unmute your phone. All right, let's move on. Wally Obermeyer, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
All right, thank you. And please do open me up on the screen.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get your video on here. Can you give Wally video permission?
Okay.
Hello
All right,
there.
can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Wally Obermeyer, and I have lived here all my life, born in 1956, and I sent a letter in favor of Pandora's, and Kelly and Greg, thank you for acknowledging that. So I'll keep my comments brief. I really do appreciate, as others have said, the work that all of you do and that your staff does and that the various interested citizens do. And when I think over decades of time spans, I think as a community, we've really done a pretty darn good job. Pandora's, to me, and I know Aspen Mountain well. I ski patrolled for 4 years in the mid-70s on it. I think opening Pandora's will be just a great thing, both for locals as well as for guests. And we all know, or those of us who are skiers know, how much the deep temerity lift and opening up Highlands did just in terms of improving the variety and skier experience. And I think the difficult thing that you're faced with now is that we really have, as a community, kind of a tipping point of issues. And part of it is that there are various things that have been so difficult, we really haven't addressed them sufficiently, like capacity on Highway 82 and parking or alternatives. But then also with a combination of COVID and technology and the rental apps and the work from anywhere ability. So we have these critical issues of Highway 82 congestion at the airport, employee housing, worker shortages, and so forth. And these are real issues that as a community, we really do need to address, and they're difficult. What I want to encourage you is, as you think about this, is not to try to constrain quality in order to decrease demand. So I think of it as we wouldn't want, for example, to not improve the Aspen Public Schools because we're worried that it might attract more full-time residents. Likewise, we don't want to not do anything with the traffic and have people waiting in long polluting lines for long periods such that visiting Aspen or living here so miserable people leave. So to me, the art is really to focus on the issues of can we constrain supply through different zoning in terms of number of beds, what was mentioned, what Mike Maple mentioned, that type of thing. And so in short, I encourage you to approve Pandora's, and then collectively, we really need to work on these more difficult issues. So thank you, and thank you for all you do.
Great, thank you, sir. Okay, let's try Jim Light one more time, and then we'll go back to folks in the room. Jim, can you unmute yourself? All right. Jim, you may need to press *6 if you're on your phone. Okay, we'll try and come back. Let's go to folks in the room. May I please ask John McBride to come up, and then Scott Ryder, and then Bill Sterling. Hi.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for working on this very important community subject. I really appreciate it, and the ski company as well for what they're trying to do. Finally, I'd like to mention one person that we should thank, especially Steve, and that's your father, Bob. You see, I live on a ranch in Old Snowmass, have been there over 40 years, and about 5 years before we moved out there, Bob stopped a major development on Haystack Mountain, which would have, in many ways, completely changed the valley and caused much more traffic. Round trip, it's about 37 miles from Aspen there. And I think we're so lucky that did not happen. I see this plan here on the Pandora as an excellent piece of planning. It doesn't develop the valley floor anymore. It relies on what's there. All the housing and the restaurants and what have you are in the bottom. It's where it should be. It's done properly. It's good skiing. I've skied both it and Haystack many times. It's much better than Haystack, I can tell you that. And thank God that's in the wilderness area now. So I think what you're doing is working on much better planning than what might have happened. The only thing I think that should be possibly considered in the future is adding an RO restriction, which I'm very familiar with at the ABC and the North 40, to areas that are remote and rural. Anyway, I think I fully support this project. I think it's properly done, and I think it's going to be a great benefit to the community. At first, when I heard about it, I thought, well, there's going to be more parking at the base near the old Smith Ranch or something like that. That's not happening at all. We're not getting more parking, more traffic, more roads up and down the mountain there. So I find it an exceptionally well conceived of and planned project, and I hope you all will endorse it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Okay, Scott Ryder. Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Scott Ryder. Thank you for having this meeting in person, because otherwise I would have never known that John McBride wears socks that say, "I got wood." I mean, who would have ever thought that? So I've listened to a lot. I have a lot to say, but I'll be done in 3 minutes, whether I like it or not. Environmentalism has taken on a completely different air since climate change. In the old days, it was one thing. It was micro. You'd look, was there impact? The answer was no. I mean, it was easy. Now it's micro and macro. And we're all faced with balancing the trade-offs in these things. And having participated in the Aspen Airport on the Vision Committee in the last group, not this group, it was interesting to watch self-proclaimed environmentalists be against nonstop flights from places like New York or Miami. Now, I'm not judging one way or the other whether you should be for it or against it. It was just an interesting paradigm where environmentalists were against a clearly more environmental tack. I've watched environmentalists be against solar farms. And so there's always trade-offs. There's always trade-offs. And we count on you guys to balance those things. I want to say one thing about the North Star Preserve since John Doyle brought that up. I paddle up and down that thing 50, 60 times a year. And every time I go up there, I look at Walsh's, because I can recognize it. Man, that's me on that mountain all the time. I love that. And when I look up, I can't figure out where Pandora is, even though I've seen the presentation. I look up there, I can't really identify it, but if I see a little speck of a chairlift from the river in North Star Preserve, I live in a ski town. So I'm sorry, John, but to me, that is not an impact. The big thing to me, I wanted to address what happens to backcountry skiers. So powder hounds, I'm one of them. And I go to Pandora's and I go to the other side too. And what we do is we line up at the bottom of the mountain and we race up. And what we do, the Gondo guys, and I'm a 1A guy, we all race up there and we ski the front side until the powder's gone. And then we go to the back side. Well, when you add, I believe it's 22% more terrain, it's going to be more powder to ski in controlled areas. So I actually don't think it'll just displace them further out. I actually think it will absorb them more than that. I also think that the skiing on that side as you go beyond Harris's also starts to peter out and become less steep. So I don't see that happening either. So I think, Francie, on that point, you actually will have fewer backcountry skiers on that side. What happens if you say no? There's going to be more people going to Pandora's anyway. And now that it's been broadcast how great it is for the last couple of years, there are going to be more people there. I mean, there just are. I'm sorry, okay. So I will let that go. Safety's huge, please. This is part of your mission as a Pickens County, the safety to lower the density. And please don't make us go through this process again. I mean, you're not going to get any more out of these guys. Staff is working their butts off. Humans like me who are just in the public, I've been to, 5 of these things and spent 4 hours at each of them, basically, on average. Doesn't everybody have something else to do? If you can't decide now, just don't decide, okay? But Jesus, don't put us through this again for another year or two. This is crazy. Let's do this, okay? Please, thank you. And thank you to the Ski Co. for being amazing owners, amazing operators. They treat us so well, and I think we're super lucky to have them. And I have an old thing, as a parent, I like to reward good behavior. Reward good behavior. These guys are good. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. All right, Bill Sterling, please.
Good afternoon, my name is Bill Sterling. I've had the experience of being on your side of the table a few years ago, and I can identify with you all and understand the process of making important decisions. When I was serving the community back in the 80s in an official capacity, I was opposing 2 giant hotel proposals in the early 80s, and one of them was from the ski company. And I realized that just to say no was easy. What was hard was to take a broader, more long-range view and even shift a bit away from what my position was that I had been taking. So how that happened is, firstly, I began to pay attention to citizens and what they were saying and who were speaking in favor of those projects, and I began to listen to their thoughts. And secondly, I paid attention to the modifications and changes that the applicants were willing to make and what they were proposing. I realized that by doing that, we really had the chance to get modifications and improvements on all those projects. And I think all the recent changes and commitments by the ski company recently are significant and important. And you all, the BOCC, you all really helped bring those proposals from them forward. And so you did that by being tough-minded and by really holding their feet to the fire. So I think that was a very good way that you've proceeded up to this point. And secondly, I have never witnessed such an outpouring of community support for any project in all my years. I mean, we have over 1,600 signatures now, and we're not even trying to solicit them anymore. So, yes, you all have opened Pandora's box, and you were able to make improvements by doing that. In my view, it is now, I think, the project more than ever clearly in what I would call the best long-term interest of our community. Thanks for all your time, your patience, and being open.
Thanks, Bill.
Great, thank you. All right, I think we're having some audio.
Is it coming from one of the monitors like this one?
It's coming from this.
Sorry, folks, we're trying to figure out some feedback.
Maybe, or this thing.
Try again.
I don't think it is.
Kelly, it looked like Jim Light was trying to get on,
We can't hear
but he
Steve
was
anymore,
real
so
echoey.
you just, whatever you just turned off. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, it's coming out of this guy.
Huh.
That's the way we started our wolf meeting today.
Sorry, we're trying to figure out why we're getting feedback in the room. Steve, are you getting feedback at home? Like a...
Not from you, Kelly, right now, but Jim Light, it looked like he was getting some audio and was trying to talk, but then that was really echoey and kind of feedback.
Yeah, he's on twice, so perhaps that's what's going on here. All right, let's
go to him.
Okay. So I'm gonna go, let's see, let's go to Alan, Jim, and Marcella, and then we'll go back to folks who were previously called on. Alan,
Okay,
yeah, would you like us to turn your video on?
yes, thanks.
All right. Go ahead and become a panelist, and then you can turn your video on. Ellen Fletcher. This is a little clunky. All right. All right, you're on mute. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay, so hi, I'm Alan Fletcher. I think I know all of you. I just want to be super brief. I've been involved this week in this big project with Destination Think and looking at who we are in Aspen, and it's a huge question. And so I think we are agreed we don't need to grow. We don't need to be bigger. And yet the question about Pandora's is not about growing and not about being bigger. It's about adapting. And so what we need to do for the future is adapt and be fresh. And most of you know that I've never skied a day in my life, and I will not ski a day later in my life. So for me, this is not about skiing. It's about what Aspen is, and are we going to adapt for the future? And I think the idea of Pandora's is a really credible, smart adaptation of what Aspen is for the future. So I totally support it.
Great, thank you. All right. Jim, let's see if we can hear from you. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You're already a panelist, so you should be able to turn your video on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can tell by my technology skills, my age.
No problem. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but I've been around the community a long time, and I'm no longer skiing the powder that this will provide. But I urge you to keep in mind as you make the decision the fantastic partnership this community has with the Aspen Skiing Company. And I think there are things that have been forgotten maybe, like starting the Aspen Community Foundation, and many things that are unseen. For example, the Crown family making personal contributions to the new River Center at the Roaring Fork Conservancy. So I don't think, at least I urge you to not underestimate the power of the goodwill that the county and the community have with the ski company. They have been great corporate citizens, and we would not want to diminish any of their enthusiasm. So I urge you to support this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go to Marcella. Marcella, you can unmute. Would you like us to promote you to a panelist so you can turn your video on?
Sure.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. All right, you're on mute.
Oh, unmute. Okay.
There you go.
Hi, commissioners. This is Marcella Larson, Larson Family LP, speaking to you. It's like probably for the umpteenth time about ski company's request to undo and upzone and permanently change the character of Richmond Ridge, where we own property in close proximity to ski companies. This request has been going on for years now, and the public is, and we are, exhausted by the wheeling and dealing, lobbying and other efforts that don't focus on code requirements for a rezoning or staff's recommendation that there actually be a validly updated master plan in place. That's required by state statute for the Richmond Ridge east of planning area. I think you know that. This application, for me, as a land use lawyer and longtime practitioner, epitomizes what experts in land use and planning and zoning call the zoning game, with the constant last minute additions to sweeten the pot, and frankly, make you ignore your obligations to act in furtherance of the public interest and not a private interest. Indeed, rezoning for a particular business interest is improper. No matter how much you believe Aspen's soul is a quote unquote ski town, and you can somehow contain development along the ridge if you approve this development, the reality is the opposite. At the site visit, you all stood at the location of the proposed lift along the ridge. There is no debate that this is an industrial use. This is how ski rec is classified in your own land use code, and it will transform the ridge from its current rural and remote character. Finally, well, there has obviously been a lot of behind the scenes work done in connection with the covenant. Let's be clear, this is not a conservation easement that will permanently protect this land. Rather, there are multiple loopholes, which include the possibility that if Aspen Mountain is converted into a private ski area, which is possible given the fact that much of Aspen Mountain is privately owned by ski company, and the possibility of trades with the Forest Service to acquire public lands, the covenant will be void. Please allow proper planning to occur before you decide to destroy the rural and remote character of the substantial private holdings in the backcountry, both us as property owners and also ski company related entities and others. There shouldn't be any urgency to push this through. I know the lobbying has been intense, but if any one of you thinks that you're helping a friend, or you think it's proper to upzone this property because we are a ski town, you are acting improperly and engaging in spot zoning. Thank you for the limited opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you, Marcella. All right, and I'm going to go to Tracy online, and then we'll do 4 in the room as well. Tracy Murtaugh, you put your hand up. If you want to go ahead and, looks like you're already a panelist, just turn your video on or unmute yourself.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. I don't see my video. I don't see that option.
Let's see.
Just hang on 1 second, we'll get you.
You're going to have a thing flash on your screen to hit OK.
There we go.
All right. I think you have to turn your video on, but otherwise you're unmuted and should be ready. Go ahead. Hi there.
There we go. Hi, finally. Thank you. I wanted to hear some of the comments before I decided to weigh in. I think you all received the letter that I did send to the BOCC. Decided to send a letter to all of you rather than try to condense something to put in the newspaper in 300 words. But I think it's important to acknowledge, as others have, just the amount of work SKICO has done to comply with every request that has been asked of them over the years, and the fact that they are now willing to sterilize over 90 acres on both sides of Aspen Mountain from future development of any kind of, whether it's small cabins, it could be rented short term, or any cabins or any other development, the fact that they're willing to limit the zoning to only permit them to do a lift, a couple outbuildings, the ski patrol shack and restrooms, you know, is showing that they are willing to be very, very good partners. And as others have said, you know, they have really worked to partner with this community in so many ways. And to have people like Auden Chandler, who to me is like environmental guru #1. I mean, if he's supporting this, I mean, to me, it really does make sense, because if you think about it, as Bill Sterling says, what message are we sending if we say no? Are we then saying, okay, yep, go ahead, transfer, use your TDRs, develop those parcels, build your cabins, rent them overnight, you know, despite your willingness to sterilize all these properties from development? You know, they've done everything that they said that they would do, or everything that you've asked of them. And, you know, think of the message that would be sent now if you continue to say no to them. Marcella mentioned that, by upzoning, you're kowtowing to private interest rather than a public interest. And to me, ski company is a much more public entity. Even though it is privately owned, it's much more publicly serving than all the private landowners on the backside, of whom John Doyle is also one of them. I do want to note. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. All right, let's go to folks in the room. Well, I have 4 more signed up. I have Rebecca Doan, Patrick Segal, Bill Tomsich, and then Greg Lewis.
Rebecca just stepped out.
She did.
Here she comes.
Okay. Rebecca, you are up.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It would have been worse if I'd stayed.
Yeah, just
Hi.
state your name and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Rebecca Doan. Some of you may remember in my previous life, I was working for the city of Aspen. And as part of that, I was asked to serve on I can't remember what it was called, but it was like this whole valley, all of the government people getting together and trying to figure out how an emergency response would take place if there was a fire in Aspen. And the thing that I came away from almost every time is that Aspen sits at the base of a fire pit. Fire is the biggest threat, in my opinion. So if this project is even doing a modicum of reducing risk for a forest fire, and I actually think it's doing quite a bit, I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Patrick.
This close here. Can you hear me?
I think you might need to speak up for us, but yes.
Okay. My name is Patrick Sagal, and I wanted to compliment SKICO and especially Mike and Auden on the great environmental job they do in general. On Pandora's, unfortunately, it's proposed, from what I've read, that they're going to cut 50% of the trees off of Pandora's and put 2 major roads in, one from the bottom of Harris's back to the lift, otherwise you can't get back there, and one from the middle of Walsh's south across Dakine. Now, Pandora's itself, having skied it for 25 or 30 years, is one cliff band that goes from Walsh's and Hyrups and Christie's all the way to Harris's. So the south or the east side of that will be the intermediate area, which is about 37 acres. So out of 153 acres, what I've calculated, and I'm sure they'll comment on that, but is below the cliff band, which is about 37 acres that you're adding as far as intermediate terrain. And otherwise you come through the cliffs to that. As far as adding future things, it was commented that the 2002 Forest Service plan, that no more areas are described. And I'm sure that's true, but there's a plan every 20 years and there could be a new plan in it, so more ski areas could be planned. I say that because McFarland's, which is, if you looked at the maps outside of that, which is part of the Park-Tour areas, would be a perfect place to put a lift because it's a big valley. I'm not saying one should or shouldn't be put there, but it would be. At the moment, if you go from Richmond Ridge, or from the Sun Deck, south on Richmond Ridge for approximately 3 miles, all of the property on either side is private. So it is illegal to ski across there. So there is no contiguous Forest Service access to backcountry skiing from Richmond Ridge right now. If you approve this, I hope you wait and get all of those, or get the backcountry skiing opened, get the short-term stuff on Richmond Ridge approved or not approved, short-term rentals or unapproved or approved. Again, it's up to you. But I know that SKICO will help you more if you put a continuance on this, because once they get Pandora's, there's no reason for them to help the county, although I know they like to help the county in lots of things, but help the county solve the problems with the Richmond Ridge. So I ask you to continue this or say no, because there could be in the future, I see, a 24-hour gondola going up there for the suburb that's now called Richmond Ridge. And if there is, people will be running it 24 hours. And I wonder whether SKICO would sign a written restriction saying that in the future, for future uses, they would limit the gondola to X amount of days and X amount of hours. There is that right now, but in the future, so that it wouldn't become a suburb up there. And I hope that you look at the long-term consequences of what's on Richmond Ridge. And there's over 100 mining claims on the ridge itself. And all of those could be fenced off, so there would be no public access contiguous to any backcountry for about 3 miles south of the Sun Deck right now. So hopefully you'll sort those out before approving. And if you approve Pandora's, I would like to see it approved without any cutting of trees, so that they could have what they call backcountry experience like they do in Snowmass, on the west side of Snowmass over there. So I hope you look at the long term, and I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Bill Tomzich. Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Tomsich, and like more than half the folks who have spoken here this afternoon, this is the second time I've made an appearance to speak in favor of this proposal before you here this evening. The first was via Zoom back on the 25th of August, where I really focused my remarks on safety, sharing a personal story. And today, this afternoon, I really want to focus and underscore the climate adaptation moves that this really represents and adapting for the future. I really like what Alan Fletcher said a while ago, and it reminds me of the Darwin theory of evolution. As we've all heard, it's not the strongest or the fittest that survive, but those who are most adaptable to change. And this is an area where Aspen Skiing Company has been a real leader in this industry. There are a number of other areas where Aspen Skiing Company has played a leadership role, including being the first to host the FIS World Cup races back in 1950, installing the world's longest single chairlift, and also the leadership role they play in environmental sustainability. There's another one that I think is noteworthy and relevant, and that is been a trendsetter in the ski industry here in recent years. And that was a number of years ago where they moved basically the learning area from the base of Snowmass up to Elk Camp Meadows. That is now a trend throughout the industry as another climate adaptation measure, moving the beginner skiers out of the congested base areas up higher into the mountain where the snow quality is better, it's a better learning experience and a better skiing experience. Steamboat is doing the same exact thing right now. I was just on a Zoom meeting last week with my peers across the mountain resort industry, and we're really talking about air service issues, but we also started talking about the new developments about Steamboat, where they're redeveloping the entire base area. And there's an area called Greenhorn Ranch that is now being developed up on the mountain in Steamboat. My counterpart from Big Sky Resort is talking about what they're thinking about doing up in Montana as well. So this is an industry-leading trend in the ski industry as an adaptation to future inevitable climate change that, again, represents a leadership role that Aspen Skiing Company is taking here. So I strongly urge you to support this. It would be great to see a favorable decision tonight. And again, I thank you all for your patience and for hearing through all sides of this particular debate. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bill. Okay, Greg Lewis.
Clearly not Greg Lewis. Halloween is this week though, right? He ran into a time snag, so asked me to read a letter on his behalf. Would that be okay?
Sure. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. And what's your name?
Oh, my name is Rachel Brenneman. Okay. Thank you, members of Pitkin County Board of Commissioners, for allowing Rachel Brenneman to present on my behalf today. I am in North Carolina and traveling here for a meeting that has already commenced. I'm a registered voter in the county and a resident of Pitkin County for more than 50 years. Aspen strives to stand out as the premier ski resort in the world. To that end, Pitkin County and Aspen invest millions of dollars annually to ensure our facilities, services, and amenities are unsurpassed. And because of our extraordinary tax revenues, perhaps the highest in the nation on a per capita basis, we can. We polish, preserve, develop, repair, and maintain trails and parks and historic buildings and malls. We establish height restrictions and sign restrictions and roadway restrictions too. We invest in our hospital, our airports, our arts, our youth, our public transportation, our public buildings. We are Aspen. We want to be the best and have the best and represent the best. Now, as we consider our future course, when we look for the right route forward, let us remember that the magnetic field that determines north on our compass, what pointed the way for Aspen to escape the economic decay of the past, and what ensures economic vitality in the future is skiing. It's our true north. Aspen is a ski resort. Our heroes are skiers. Our biggest event is X Games, which ESPN delivers to the world. Our happiest days are powder days. Our grandest parties celebrate the ski season. We toast a day on the slopes at Ski Après. We enroll our children in ski school. We have more ski instructors than we have people in any other profession. We receive a pin if we ski 100 days in a single season. Our most important product, activity, and attraction is skiing. Skiing is the blood in our veins. If we want the best of everything else, restaurants, hotels, stores, medical facilities, bike trails, schools, but we don't enhance why we exist, skiing, then we have forgotten our past, harm our present, and limit our future. Is Pandora's perfect? No. No offense, guys. I didn't write this. Is anyone attending this meeting perfect? No. But we should all strive to be the best that we can be, the best ski resort, and everything else that we can be. I urge you to approve Pandora's. Thank you, Greg Lewis.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Rachel.
Good job.
Okay, so we have no other folks in the room currently that I see are going to come. I see a hand online, and any other folks joining us by Zoom, please press *9 or use the raise hand function if you wish to have us call on you. Eva Chilson, unmute yourself. Let us know if you'd like to present to the board on video, and we can give you those permissions.
No video necessary, but can you
Okay.
hear me all right?
We can. Go ahead, please.
Well, as you said, my name is Eva Larson-Chilson, and hopefully I won't ramble on too much today. I will say that Aspen has changed significantly since I was born in 2000. The mountains are certainly more crowded, and the space is utilized for profit rather than moving to maintain its beauty. The world has also changed since I was born. We continue to make choices at the expense of our world and our town. I attended the site visit this fall, and I find it important to mention that almost none of the Friends of Pandora took the time to join. The terrain is not expert, like so many claim, and it would turn Aspen Mountain into something of Snowmass, the playground for tourists and part-time residents. Richmond Ridge is one of the most magical places on Earth because it has not been excessively touched. People stroll across Richmond Ridge Road in the summer, and in the winter, people ski the terrain regardless of developed ski runs. And if developed, they will continue to ski the terrain that is not in the boundary. If you approve this project, it will pave the way for more and more projects to come. Aspen is at the breaking point of losing its charm and becoming a corporate playground with no place for locals. Pandora is not for the locals, it is for the profit. We live in a world that prioritizes short-term happiness and monetary gain, disregarding the implications of our actions on the future generations. Those at the helm and the majority of those in support of this project do not care about the future implications because they will not have to face them. My generation will be at the sharp end of the stick. An approval of this magnitude will encourage further expansion. This community does feel out of balance, but it feels out of balance not because it is lacking Pandoras, but because we are still in a pandemic and old-time locals are seeing a town that they once knew become something akin to Vail. Also, with respect to the arguments made around residential development to distract from the real issues, as I said last time I spoke, you would never allow for the removal of 4,000 tons of trees for a residential project. Listening to all of these presentations has been extremely enlightening, but what I will say is that there has been no analysis regarding the climate change impacts of Pandora by a qualified expert not affiliated in any way to the corporate world. There's a lot of gaming in Aspen, politics and otherwise. I hope that this decision will not be one of bias and favoritism. Please be policy leaders in climate change and rural land preservation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eva. Okay, folks on Zoom, this is your chance. Raise your hand, press *9 to raise your hand. Anyone who's watching the meeting on YouTube and wanting your chance, join us now. You can call in or join the Zoom link. We'll give it another few seconds. All right, we're still in a pandemic, and that is still as long as you should wash your hands. I will bring it back to the board. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm also going to flag for the board. As our discussions proceed, we may want to set a date for closing public hearing, public comment, if this goes beyond tonight. And I don't want to forget to revisit that, so I'm saying it now. So, all right, it's to us. Board members, are there any questions that you need to ask of applicant or staff, or we can launch right into discussion? This is the hard part.
I don't have a question. but
And
I'll start
Steve
discussion
turned his
if you
video
want.
off, so I don't know what that means. Steve, I think you need to be with us on this. He'll be back.
Yeah, we should wait for him, don't you think?
I do. I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe he needed a brief break. And you can kick off those other folks who are still showing up for me as panelists anyway. I don't know if they are. Oh, no, they aren't. Okay. Yeah, it looks all right. Sorry, we don't know where Steve went, and we think it's important for him to be part of our dialogue. Do you need a break at all? Do you need a break at all? I'm sort of eager to.
As soon as he gets back.
All right. All right. Hi, Steve. We were waiting for you to return so we could have a full board discussion.
Thank you. I would have been very uncomfortable without
Sure.
a 2-minute break.
No, I get it. I'm sure we'll need a break in the course of this. All right. I'm going to look to colleagues. Any questions of staff or comments you're ready to offer?
I'll get the ball rolling here.
Please do.
So today was very compelling. Aspen Ski Co is always very compelling. I did have some things that I didn't respond to positively. Most of my responses were positive. There were a few things like the characterization of people who have brought up environmental concerns. I didn't particularly enjoy reading that. I think there's all kinds of reasons for people to be concerned about the environment, and it's not restricted to just a few reasons or types of people. But of course, I do recognize that Aspen Ski Co is very progressive in terms of trying to mitigate emissions and other forms of contributions to climate change. And a lot of it I know is thanks to Auden and the support of the owners and the president and other people at Ski Co. And I really, really appreciate that about Ski Co. And I think it's one of the things that the people around the world appreciate about Ski Co. as well. This mask is not the best to talk through. I'm actually going to pull it down and break the law for a second. I am still concerned about changing the zoning. I'm not so concerned about some other aspects, but I am concerned about that as a precedent setter. I'm concerned about creating more TDRs and more buildable space somewhere else in the county. I am concerned about the idea that because Ski Co mitigates in other areas, particularly Somerset and a lot of the projects that Ski Co has been involved with, that means it's okay to create emissions and consume resources in other areas. I'm not a huge believer that mitigation in other areas makes up for on-site creation of problems. I think that a new big lift with the towers and all of the equipment that it'll take to put it in, all the clearing, all the trucks, the roads, the trees coming down. Sure, some trees need to come down for fire mitigation, but not all of them. But all of that does have impacts, and even Scott said there were impacts. He didn't say there's no impacts. He said there are not a lot of impacts, and I think that's true. That there's not a lot of impacts, but there are some, and so I don't think Aspen needs Pandora. However, Aspen seems to want Pandora, so not just the Ski Co, but the people who live here to a large extent. I admit I'm mostly retired from skiing now, but pretty sure that even if I weren't, there's plenty of places for me to ski. But it seems like Aspen really wants it. And I have to say, I'm pretty uncomfortable, Kelly and Greg and Steve, with being in a position of power on a topic like this. I don't really enjoy that at all, particularly if I'm not in agreement with most people in the community. But I certainly am further towards approving it now than I was whenever we met last 3 weeks ago or whatever. I really appreciate the fact that Aspen Ski Co. has talked about sterilizing the rural and remote pieces of property up there. That's gone a long way towards making me believe in the good faith approach to Richmond Ridge. But I am looking forward to hearing what some of you guys have to say. That's all I'm going to say for right now.
Thank you for getting us going. I always seem to jump in first a lot on these, so I'm
You
gonna
wanna jump in?
No,
Oh.
I'm gonna reserve.
Okay, I'm happy to
myself.
go. I really appreciate the conversation. It focuses it for me, I'm grateful to everybody who has contributed a comment. Whether it makes sense to me or not, it helps expand my understanding of where we are as a community and you know, how difficult this is, how difficult moving forward is. You know, Francie, if we could apply if we could put the litmus test on whether or not it creates carbon to virtually everything we do, we wouldn't do anything at all.
I know.
Clear, you know, as somebody, the Doonesbury cartoon from the 1980s said, you know, the only alternative we have is to sit in a dark closet eating organic celery. And we haven't ever done that, and we're not going to. We have to figure out how we can move forward. And I have to say, I'm feeling clear that I would like to see an approval of this, and I think the ordinance of approval would have to be articulated well enough. It's going to take a little time to work on it, but I would probably, you know, I could put a motion forward now that we approve this conditional rezoning, but I also understand it might take a little time for our county attorney to craft it, and what I'd like to see it include are the representations made regarding, you know, future development in there on the areas that we can have an influence on. And then it would also, perhaps not as part of the ordinance, I would love to see ComDev instructed, one, to make the necessary recommendations for changes that we can consider to help limit further development on the ridge, the things that I've heard about from the community that we're concerned about. We're not trying to build a ski area from here to Gunnison. What we're trying to do is allow a ski area development to do what I consider to be a fairly modest expansion compared to everything else everywhere else. And I'm convinced that this is not it's not an environmental disaster. And so I'm going to need guidance from our staff, I think, in how to make a motion for an ordinance like that, because I don't know what the words were going to be. But that's where I am. I'm thinking that it's time that we move forward on this.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
Greg has made a motion on the ordinance. Again, this is second
She
reading on
took
this
that as a motion? Oh, great, okay.
matter. I did. Should I
Okay.
not?
No, please do. I think
Okay.
it's time.
Is there a second?
I will second it. On the condition, we have to make some changes, some amendments to the way that to the way it is written, and that needs to be included in your motion, Greg.
All
Thank
right,
you, and
so
that's
for
where I
further
was going.
discussion, we can open it up for discussion now.
Yeah, I'll say something if you're not ready, Kelly.
Um,
But if you're ready,
well,
I'll wait.
Greg, are you finished?
Yeah, I think I'm looking for input and guidance from all of you and from staff.
Okay, so we're continuing discussion. Francie, go ahead.
So I appreciate what you said, Greg, about, we can't just lock ourselves in the closet, and actually Auden letter addressed that, and that, we can't stop where we are. We can't go back either, and I appreciate that. And yeah, I do know that Pandora has been being discussed for a long time, and I respect your perseverance with that. And I would like to see the resolution address somehow make us feel better about maybe not expanding the ski area anymore. David spoke about that today. And I understood him to say that at the present time, there are no plans from Ski Co to get any bigger up on Richmond Ridge. And so I take that at his word that that's what we would be accepting, speaking of good faith. I still have some concerns about setting a precedent of rezoning rural and remote. I would say that is what is holding me back from being enthusiastically in support at this point. I just really worried that once that happens, we might be opening the floodgates to lots of requests for rezoning rural and remote. So that's my big concern right now.
Could I just comment on that? I think that really becomes it's really the purview of the BOCC, whether it's us or a future BOCC, to be on top of that, as I understand it. So yeah, it's what I've heard throughout the whole conversation is that this could lead to that, and yes, we have that possibility all the time. So it's up to boards like ours to go through the process and make the sausage like we are now to reach the best conclusion, whatever that may be. And I realize I have no control over what a future BOCC will do. But I do think that they'll probably be just as pedantic about it as we've been, and that's a good thing.
Steve, do you want to make comments right now? Weigh in. Go ahead.
Yeah, to speak to the rezoning of rural and remote land specifically, I'm not concerned about that anymore. I used to be hugely concerned about it. There are several reasons that I'm not so concerned. One is the fact that what the ski company is wanting to do is setting a really high bar for rezoning rural and remote. It's actually, and I agree with them, that it's a down zoning. They're really restricting what they can do to one singular use on the land. They're removing a whole lot of potential uses that they could do in ski rec zoning. They're removing all the residential potential from not only that land, but then also from the bifurcated rural and remote parcels that they own on the backside of behind the sun deck. So that would be one reason. The second thing I have struggled with, and I haven't really been able to see the history of it, but the fact that the ski company was looking at Pandora when the rural and remote zoning was put in effect, that the rural and remote zoning allowed for skiing when it was originally put in place, which I take it to mean that those who were drafting the rural and remote zone district were anticipating that there would be some downhill skiing in rural and remote zone district. There is the powder skiing off of snowcats further back in rural and remote zoning. There have been people skiing in what was zoned rural and remote, doing side country skiing from the sun deck. So I really believe that when the rural and remote zone district was created, that it was anticipated that, there could be downhill skiing in the Pandora area. They didn't specifically call that out. makes me wonder why they zoned it rural and remote in the first place. That's the question mark that we don't know the answer to. I know that Suzanne Caskey very specifically said they thought very hard and very carefully about, you know, the rules for rural and remote, and were, you know, very careful about doing it. But the fact that they did allow for skiing in rural and remote back before the land use code was changed in 2006, that to me indicates that skiing in rural and remote was anticipated. I'm over the fact, I'm not worried about someone else coming in for rezoning their property. If they want to do it, they have to meet a high standard that the ski company has already set. That, in fact, they would have to be removing a lot of their potential uses from their land just in order to even be considered. I'm also, the fact that this, we would be leaving the ski company land zoned as rural and remote, and they have agreed in their covenant to not seek rezoning of their land, of that land in the future, to me indicates that the ski company is preventing sort of a leapfrog thing, that they could add on more ski rec zoning on the other side of the property they own. You know, potentially they could buy parcels from other private landowners further along Richmond Ridge, but it wouldn't be contiguous with ski rec zoning. It would be contiguous with rural and remote zoning. And so I don't see this as like dominoes falling going down Richmond Ridge. I really feel like Richmond Ridge is protected from, you know, building more lifts and more intensive development going further down the ridge. There's already downhill skiing further down the ridge using snowcats to access. So, you know, that's already happening. I have a whole lot more to say about other topics, but I think I'll stop there and see if we want to expand on this idea from, you know, other people's thoughts.
I think I'll jump in here, Steve. You know, really to say, like, I've appreciated the broader dialogue that has come out of this, and I hope that there is an opportunity to sort of convene and continue the conversation about the bigger and broader community issues. There's been a lot of passion. There's been some hyperbole. I will take ownership of some of that. I really heard, you know, the comment, we shouldn't wing opinion masquerading as analysis. And I was like, oh, I could take that as a personal zing, but I actually think that's really fair. And so, you know, I've been thinking a lot about this application, and, you know, I've appreciated members of the public who have really challenged me to keep an open mind, and to really try and be thoughtful and analytical about this. And, you know, despite what Bill Sterling says, I actually think it's really hard to say no. This is a one that's really hard for where I'm landing on it. And I think my comments are going to focus on the criteria that I think we are charged with looking at regarding the zoning at hand and the criteria for rezoning. And so, you know, I'm inspired by the work of SKICO. I'm inspired by the conversations that happened here today. I want to continue those. But I'm going to sort of focus on the criteria for zoning. And before I say that, you know, I don't think SKICO's the evil empire. You know, I don't, I see them as a partner, and I've supported prior SKICO requests and projects, including the snowmaking top to bottom and publicly endorsed Lift 1A, which was also a controversial project. So, the ongoing role in the community and, is really compelling. But I also think, we are not just a ski town. I also think that we are a community with a very long and rich sense of environment and protection of place, including identifying where the community is housed and located and where our environs are protected. So when I'm looking at kind of the zoning criteria here for this, I do think that this is an upzoning, mainly because of the intensity of use that is going to be happening on this property compared to what otherwise might happen. And, I'll just take some time here to look at what our code really says. I mean, it says the intent of rural and remote is to conserve and protect the natural environment and its resources while allowing for limited recreational use and limited residential development. It preserves small-scale, low-density backcountry character and lifestyle, retains undeveloped areas, and allows for the transfer of development rights to areas that are more appropriate for development. This district accommodates only small new structures and very limited types of development. And I disagree with Steve about the maybe the specificity with which skiing has been dealt with in our code. I look at the use table in Chapter 4 that lists all of the zone districts and then marks off all of the uses that are allowed in those zone districts. And alpine skiing and even Nordic skiing are explicitly not identified for rural and remote. The relevant uses are outdoor recreational use, which in the code is said, these are uses that occur on a repetitive or continuing basis more than 6 times in any 12 months would require a special review approval. 6 times in any 12 months. That is what is allowed under the rural and remote zone district for an outdoor recreational use. So it's hard for me to not justify this as an upzoning. When I look at the criteria that we need to address regarding the proposed rezoning, let's see, this is not very clear in my notes. Changed conditions and the effect of the proposed rezoning and development on traffic generation and road safety. I don't think that latter question is a major one for my consideration. But then it goes on to say a proposed rezoning shall not be approved and should not be recommended for approval unless the decision-making body finds that the proposed rezoning will result in development or activities that are consistent with the applicable plan, the applicable sections of this land use code, which I don't think it is, compatible with surrounding zone districts and land uses, considering existing land use and neighborhood characteristics, and I'll address that in a bit, do not exceed capacity for sewage, et cetera, which again, I'm not super concerned with, do not result in significant adverse impacts on the environment and are consistent with and compatible with community character and do not conflict with the public interest. And so, there's really a bulk of these that I think are problematic in this rezoning application where we shall not approve it because it doesn't meet these standards. For looking at kind of the neighborhood characteristic, this language to me is as problematic as the language in the amendment to the master plan that the East of Aspen area master plan that the P&Z approved, because now it's saying, it's in the neighborhood. Well, is it a whole neighborhood? Like, how big of the neighborhood are we looking at? If we're just looking at adjacency and saying, well, an adjacent land is providing this commercial ski opportunity, then the one next to it should be considered in that neighborhood as well. This sets up the same problem that I think that the plan amendment does about, just giving approvals for it further and further in parcels all around. And I do want to address, the ski co was like, why do we care about Castle Creek? We're not in their planning area. But I think, you know, you have activities happening in that planning area. The ridge is straddling both of the planning areas. The planning exercise has to look at both sides of those to figure out what is really happening along the ridge, which you know, is an area of concern here. So, you know, I have concerns about the process of what P&Z did in terms of making that plan amendment without really going to the public to say, what do you think? What is your input? And also, you know, just with the criteria that we have to meet for the rezoning request. So just looking at those things, that's where I am landing on this. And, you know, happy to take any feedback from the board.
You're saying that
Steve has different
you're
interpretations.
You're landing on thinking that it's not appropriate right now. It's not appropriate to rezone those.
I don't think it's appropriate to rezone. And I also think that, you know, the changed condition question, you know, I just don't think it's been met. And, you know, we can't rezone something for anticipated changes, changed conditions. You know, anticipating sort of the, you know, the climate effects up there, like that's something a master plan can address and say, you know, we think these are going to happen and we're going to plan for it in this way. But for us to say the conditions have changed as such just isn't evidenced right now.
I do have a question with you about the neighborhood, changing the character of the neighborhood, because clearly the closest neighborhood to Pandora is Aspen Mountain, is Ajax. So, you know, there's some cabins behind on the east side, but they're not proposing development on that side. So explain to me how it is adversely affecting the neighborhood.
So I think it's just looking at one portion of the neighborhood. And if you choose to only look at that portion of the neighborhood, then a further down ski request adjacent to Pandora could make the same argument.
Mm-hmm.
Or something on the other side, on the back side of Aspen Mountain could
Yeah.
make the same argument.
Well, yeah, and I do share your concern about, I do share your concern about becoming a bigger ski area up there, that there's nothing to prohibit that in what we do. Like, I forget, was it somebody said, well, what if Ski-Co buys some of those mining claims back there and then they could do more development back there, but that could be prohibited by a future Board of County Commissioners. And if a future Board of County Commissioners and a future population in Aspen wanted that to happen, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think a master plan could say that in the future, you know, right? I also think that, you know, we can't hamstring a future board, and we, you know, Ski-Co leadership can't hamstring future leadership from going to the Forest Service and asking for an adjacent extension of a ski area boundary. Like it's, you know, it's the same. So those are my thoughts on the very strict requirements for us to look at. All right, we can move on. There's a lot to discuss. So Steve, if you want to bring up some of your other points here, please do.
Okay, I've got a list of reasons why I will support the Pandora expansion. First of all, I'd like to address the point I brought up that Auden Schindler spoke to, because I was the one who had requested of the ski company that they do a big project that would offset the carbon footprint of the Pandora expansion. And Auden's letter was very, to me, it was an important thing in helping me decide and realize that the ski company for quite a few years has been doing one project after another, which has been working with CORE and with Holy Cross Energy and trying to deal with the big picture of trying to halt climate change by making major changes in not just on one little piece of land, but looking at the big picture of climate change. So two good examples of that would be their funding and participation in the methane capture project in Somerset, in the Oxbow mine, and the generation of electricity from that. And that was a huge thing. They didn't have to do that. They did it because they realized if they don't take a leadership position in dealing with climate change, you know, in 50 years from now, we might not have any downhill skiing because the snow conditions would be so crummy, even at high elevation, that there would not be downhill skiing. They've taken a leadership position. A more recent one, and I went on the tour of the Willits housing project that they did for their employees. And it is like a model for how projects should be built now for being all electric, using heat pump technology for heating the water and heating and cooling the buildings. It's a net zero or maybe even a net positive project. And I was very impressed just, not that many weeks ago when I went on the tour of that project, that they weren't required to, the town of Basalt maybe had some input in that, I'm not sure, but that was the ski company doing stuff because it was the right thing to do. And those are just two examples. When Auden says they're going to continue doing these kind of projects, I believe them. They've been really good community partners in a lot of these different projects, and I expect that they will continue to be good community partner. So I'm not so worried about them coming up with one specific project. I mean, I have a couple of ideas projects that I would like to see happen, and they probably will be right there participating in them. I'm pretty sure of that will have really a major impact on our carbon footprint of everybody in Pitkin County. So thanks to Auden for your input, and also to Michael Miracle for his comments about all the growth things and the affordable housing issues and the transportation and airport issues and all the things he has participated in. The ski company has been a good neighbor for quite a few years. The ski company didn't always used to be such a good neighbor. Back in 1968, when my dad was going head to head with DRC Brown about the expansion onto Haystack Mountain, that the Aspen Ski Company had a permit from the Forest Service to study that area. And that Haystack Mountain ski area would have been basically 5 different ski areas, that the total acreage of it would have been bigger than the existing 4 mountains in Aspen right today. It was huge. And the fact that the ski company wanted to build that, and one of our talking points at the time was, don't build a whole new ski area in an untouched valley that doesn't have it. If there's going to be expansion of downhill skiing, it should be adjacent to an existing ski area. So the expansion of Snowmass ski area onto the long shot, sort of the edges of Burnt Mountain, was an example. The expansion into Highlands Bowl was another example of expansion of the ski area into adjoining land where the impacts are much more minimal. It didn't involve a whole lot of base development. It involved improvement of the skiing on the mountain. And so the expansion into Pandora's, it follows that same pattern of it's much better to expand an existing ski area than to build a whole entire new one. And I experienced that in my life with my family here in Capitol Creek Valley. And that affects my thinking pretty deeply right now. The expansion onto Pandora improves safety in two main fashions, safety of the public in two main fashions that I see. First of all would be the avalanche control and safety for the skiers going into the Pandora area would be vastly improved by being patrolled and having avalanche control taking place there. Also, the safety on the existing Aspen Mountain, I think, would be greatly improved because from lift 3 up, it is so congested by lift 3 that I think it's dangerous for more intermediate skiers are being occasionally run into by somebody going at a high rate of speed and running into them from behind. It is so congested there, and looking at the flow of ski traffic on Aspen Mountain, moving the Pandora lift, removing the Gents Ridge lift and moving it over and opening up more lifts or skiing in Pandora actually would spread out the skiing up on the top of the mountain and make it more safe across the whole upper part of the mountain. The next topic that I agree with is the fact that building more skiing higher up on the mountain, I think, is an essential strategy for the ski company to try to maintain downhill skiing going into the future, given climate change. I think climate change impacts are going to get a whole lot worse before they get better for us, because we have gone past a tipping point in the world where the methane in the Arctic is being released because the Arctic has warmed up substantially more than places further towards the equator. The permafrost is melting. The Earth's temperatures are going to get higher much faster now. And I think the only way that the ski company is going to be able to maintain downhill skiing might be on the top 1/3 of the mountain, might be the only downhill skiing. People are going to have to upload on the gondola and ski on the new lift 7 and lift 3, and maybe there might be 3 lifts they can ski on up at the top of the mountain going into the future of several decades from now. So this is a strategy that I think we need to pay attention to. And that's also why I think that, we should consider putting amendment into it. Maybe it would be in the master plan. I don't know, it would be in the rezoning. Maybe it would be in the restrictive covenant from the ski company that would allow for the possibility of snowmaking in the AR10 portion of Pandora in the future, that it could be considered if the ski company would see a need for it, and if the current BOCC at that time agreed with their assessment, because that might be the only skiing from there up. The upper 1/3 of the mountain is about where Pandora's is. Let's see. The logging issue to me is a critical part of this equation. Right now, there is a lot of dead timber in a lot of Pandoras, and we saw that on our site visit. There are spruce beetles around, there are pine beetles around in our neighborhood right now today. We could easily lose all the trees up there in Pandora and all the way across Aspen Mountain. all the evergreens from insect infestations. We could also lose it all to a catastrophic wildfire. And selective thinning and removal of dead and diseased trees in the Pandora area would help to lessen the chance that the disease infestation would take hold in Pandora and that a wildfire would go through there and then go right into Aspen, the rest of Aspen Mountain. It wouldn't totally eliminate that possibility, but I think it is good forest management. And the fact that they would be mulching a lot of the dead timber incorporating it into the soil is actually good for carbon, retaining carbon in the soil up there. They're not removing all that timber. A lot of it is just going to be put back into the soil. That's an important part of the equation for climate mitigation. And the last thing, if we chose not to rezone and the ski company was not allowed to go, expand the skiing into Pandora's, they would be free to do rural and remote, build a certain number of cabins on rural and remote, or to remove TDRs from the entirety of the Pandora area. I'm not sure how many they could do, but they could do that. So I am not concerned about the fact that they could sell two TDRs off of the rural and remote portion behind Aspen Mountain. To me, the fact that there would be no residential development on the ski company land in Pandora or behind the rural and remote land immediately behind the Sundeck area, and that they would have two TDRs that if they sell them, they're not going to use that for their, it's not going to go into the bank account for the ski company. It's going to be going to environmental type projects in the Roaring Fork Valley. So that to me is important. The ski company can afford to be generous. They have shown generosity a lot in a lot of the things they do, and that's an indication of that. Two TDRs, granted, that it would be the equivalent of 5,000 square feet of somebody adding on to houses somewhere down in the valley bottom. But those houses are in appropriate places for houses and not up in the Richmond Ridge area. So those are the reasons why I am supporting the expansion into Pandora. 2 years ago, I was opposed because I was really afraid of what I thought it would open up a Pandora's box, so to speak, in starting a domino effect of a whole lot of rezoning of rural and remote land along Richmond Ridge. And I really don't think that's going to happen at all because of this. So that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, Steve. Thank you. Let me check in other board members. Greg?
Yeah, I really appreciate, Steve, what you said. I pretty much agree with you every step of the way on this. And I guess I just want to point out that I think we're not going to find a better partner or steward for this than ski company. And I'm going to have to say, I include the county itself. I include our open space programs. I include the Forest Service. I include our local law enforcement. We don't have a better steward, overseer, or partner for something like this, because quite honestly, enforcement never gets up into those areas. And we're talking about their expansion proposal, but we're we're not really talking about what's happening and has been happening in a growing way up there, whether it meets the criteria for a change of use is, that's an argument I don't think I need to have, but I do see a lot more activity up there, and it's pretty much unrestricted, Wild West. It's not particularly respectful of the land, or of the neighbors for that matter, and there's a lot of selfish use up there, if I can call it that, by people who really have got a good thing and they don't want to share it. So I'm going to have to say I do trust Ski Company to manage the development of this, including the logging. I agree with Steve regarding the snowmaking. That should be part, I'm assuming that goes into the master plan amendment just to be part of that list, and I would encourage that we include it for a future Ski Company or future boards of commissioners to discuss. But it's something that it'd be nice to know that we had contemplated it. Let's see here. I guess I really want to be on a board that makes this happen. I don't want to kick it down the road. I think a future board is going to approve this. From a political standpoint, I think we have an overwhelming number of citizens who are asking for this. And they've been asking for it repeatedly, showing up at the meetings and weighing in. So I feel as if this is the time to do this, and I want to do it responsibly. The issues for me would be, the bullet points for to make sure that this includes the representations made by Ski Company regarding future development plans in there, or what they've agreed to. So we have a comprehensive list in the ordinance, and it's written properly. And I'm looking for guidance on how to do that, but I don't need to go any farther in to just say that ditto, Steve, I do agree with you.
Okay, we will have to flesh those out.
We will, yeah.
So I do want to kind of, move us to a vote or to the detailed elements of the resolutions that would have to be changed for people to support one. Francie, I'm turning to you because I'm not sure we know where you are.
I do want to speak to what Auden said about looking at the whole system of environmental changes and implementations. And I do think that we have passed the, turn off the water when you're brushing your teeth stage of environmentalism. And I do think that SKICO is a leader in looking at the whole system. I know that Michael and Auden are. I've talked with them enough to know that they know a lot about how systems work and how they integrate with each other, and also how the whole valley is one organism, and that, as they put it, everything is everything. You can't do one thing without affecting other things. So I know that they have that front and center in their minds, and the fact that they came here and give their stamp of approval to this carries a lot of weight for me. So I think I know I can't put if statements here, but I would like to believe that the SKICO is operating in good faith, that they're not going to continue to expand up on Richmond Ridge, and that they will be stewards of that area. As Greg put out, hopefully that it'll probably be better managed with their being up there than without that, although they're up there anyway. It's just a few hundred yards away from where they already are, so it's not like going deep into the wilderness up there. Mostly I'm persuaded by the fact that this seems to be what Aspen people who live here want. Although I have to say I am definitely more deeply moved by letters against than those for, because as I mentioned the last time we met, the letters in favor of it, for the most part,
are about my skiing, my days on the mountain, my mountain. I really want to ski there. That doesn't particularly impress me in the slightest little bit. And the letters against are sort of coming from a more holistic way of looking at it. So if I vote in favor, I just want those people who wrote letters against this to know that it will not be an easy decision, and I really respect their points of view. And I think that the SKICO has taken the opposition that they've met from the board and from community members to heart, and I'm pretty sure that's why they have proposed this covenant. Is that what it's called? Covenant? To sterilize development rights on those rural and remote pieces up there. As I mentioned before, I really don't like the TDRs at all because they just go somewhere else and make bigger buildings. But I think, Kelly, I'm probably leaning in favor depending on how the resolution comes out.
All right. So we have our straw poll here. I do think some of our work tonight has to continue to be to identify what language needs to be in the resolution. I would think we would want to continue this since it's the second reading, so we would need an amended motion to do that. And then we can get on the table with the applicant here to hear and staff all the details of what a affirming resolution would need to come back to us as. So does that work for fellow board members? All right, this is tough stuff. Yeah. All right, Steve.
One issue I didn't bring up, and one that I've not been happy with Pandora, is changing the county road up on top of Aspen Mountain. And I've been struggling with this. I have a thought about something that might work for the ski company. And I had asked about the idea of the bridge over the Midnight Mine Road for the skiers to go across a bridge going back to the gondola building. And they said they had thought about that, but then the grade going up for the winter road, there would be a steep grade going up out of where the level where Midnight Mine Road is now. So I'm going to toss an idea out that might work for the ski company, and that would be to make snow and fill that whole thing in the wintertime with snow, just like a half pipe. You just fill it in with, put a snow gun there for a couple of nights and build a big whale and fill in Midnight Mine Road, and then they could grade it down so people coming on snowmobiles up Midnight Mine Road would be up at the grade of the going right up to where the snowmobile marina is, or going on to Richmond Ridge Road. In the summertime, the Midnight Mine Road traffic would go on the existing road underneath the new pedestrian skier bridge that goes over the top of it, and then it would join the existing Aspen Mountain Road just as it is on the ground in the summer now. There would be no difference in the summer except that they'd be going underneath the bridge. The wintertime, using snowmaking and just filling the whole thing in with snow and regrading that snow to make a good grade of the winter road, I think would work. So I'm going to propose that for the ski company to think about that change in the county road up there.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. And I do, I'm going to ask for like a 5-minute break, but before we do that, I want to look to Suzanne because I think it could help us identify what things we need to deal with in the rezoning and what things we might need to deal with in the master plan resolution. And is it helpful for you if we kind of deal with those separately? Because I think what Steve is saying would be in the master plan resolution.
Yeah, I think it's important to be clear about what's in the ordinance and what's in the resolution. Based on the one comment that's come up about snowmaking, allowing for snowmaking, that does get addressed in both documents right now because the use restrictions show up in both. But something about the realignment of the roads or, that type of issue is a resolution issue.
Okay.
So,
And are we getting any additional presentation from either you or Skiko about the master plan amendments? I know we've walked through all this, so I just want to.
I didn't plan to.
Okay. Okay, if it's okay, can we take a 5-minute break? I could use some fresh air and a bathroom break, and then we'll come back and we'll dig into the ordinance language that needs to be changed and to the master plan language that we'd like to see changed for a future meeting where we would vote to formally adopt all of that. Congratulations, Skiko. So with that, I will call for a 5-minute break. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Grassroots. Okay, welcome back. We are continuing our discussion on the Pandora's application by the Aspen Ski Company. So let's come back to the board. What we want to do in the next 45 minutes or so is provide direction to staff on any changes to, any issues that we want addressed in the two resolutions that will come before us at a continued meeting. The ordinance for the rezoning and then the resolution for the master plan amendments. And so I spoke with Suzanne over the break, and I think the best way for us to do this is to flag the issues of concern. We will discuss them, and Suzanne can tell us which resolution those will fall into, so we know to look for them there. And make sure that the future language captures what we hope it does before voting on any formal language. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay, is that okay? Okay. All right, so so I've just kept a few notes and then we'll get whatever we haven't already articulated. There was the question that Steve raised about snowmaking at the bottom of the lift. Suzanne had said that would be addressed in both resolutions. Let's check in how folks feel about giving SkiCo the permissions to pursue that. Greg?
I would certainly include it. I think that's really something that they're going to come back to the BOCC with at a future date at their discretion. But certainly I think it makes sense to have it in there that we had contemplated it, and so yes, I'd like to include that.
Thoughts, Francie?
Well, it's another impact, for sure, and it's a water impact.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead, Heather.
So just to be clear, thank you. Just to be clear, we are not contemplating snowmaking, and we would write it that way. That currently, the proposal does not and is not pursuing snowmaking, and more that it could be a use in the future as allowed by future review. Like, that's how personally I would like to write it, because the original master plan went through a significant process around the amount of snowmaking, the water use, everything else. And so we want to be really careful how we write this, because
do you
we're
want
not
to scratch it?
I mean, it's fine to say could be a future use. I think we just want to be clear that it is not in there right now. And to your point, exactly.
Steve?
I think that the wording maybe would be in the restrictive covenant and not in the actual ordinance. Because if the ski company is saying in the restrictive covenant that they would only do these things, and then 20 years down the road, all of a sudden, they need to make snow there, or they need to make snow up on North Star and push it down there with snowcats, which I've done that kind of thing at Snowmass ski area. You make snow elsewhere and you push it a long way to get it to where it needs to be is very wasteful of a lot of diesel to accomplish that. To me, it'd be a lot easier to allow for snowmaking only in the AR10 portion of Pandora by the bottom of the lift in the restrictive covenant, just in case. It's easier to put it in there now than 20 years down the road, all of a sudden the ski company says, whoa, we need to make snow down there, and we promised we weren't going to do anything like that. But now we want to change the restrictive covenant. I would say let's put it in the restrictive covenant right now that would be allowed. The ski company would have to come back to the BOCC at that time and follow all the master plan amendment things and all of that to accomplish it, but they would have that option.
All right, let me check in with Suzanne.
So the restrictive covenant actually does not affect the AR10 zoned area down below, which is forest property, because the covenant only applies to the SKICO owned properties. So where I was thinking in both the ordinance and the resolution, there's language about the restricted uses that are allowed, a lift, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's where we'd incorporate potential for snowmaking at the bottom in the, define that. But, and then as Heather said, in the master plan, the ski rec master plan, specific items are listed for further review. So I think what we're saying is that it would require further review to allow snowmaking in the future in this limited area.
Got it. So we're conditionally zoning to allow potential of snowmaking, and the master plan would further review that. Got it.
Correct.
Steve?
And I think that would answer Francie's concern about water, because the special review, maybe there's not water available, that would come out in the special review, and maybe the snowmaking therefore wouldn't be allowed in the future.
Exactly. I mean, so much of this is talking about climate change, like we should do Pandora because of climate change, blah, blah, blah. Well, one of the effects of climate change is less and less water. So to be committing to water seems inappropriate.
And we're fine leaving it out. I mean, so we have not contemplated snowmaking in Pandora's. If special review leaves you comfortable enough, Francie, that's okay with us, we're also fine that it's not allowable use.
I'm looking for head nods. Is that resolved?
Okay, so
Clear
just
on
make
that?
sure, change the language to allow for it in the future, or leave the language as it is today, which basically says there is no allowance for snowmaking.
I'm hearing changing it. Steve, is that
Okay.
what you are desiring, changing
Okay.
it?
We can redline that for you. You can see it at the next time, and then.
Maybe if
I thought it was leave it so that they had to go through special review
Yes.
to be
Yes.
able to do it.
But that's not in
That's
there
a
now.
change
But it's,
to the
yes,
language.
but it's not saying, yes, they can do snowmaking.
Got it,
Okay.
yes.
It'd be subject to special review.
Okay. I still have issues with the closure period to June 21st rather than the recommended July 15th. So I'll raise that issue. This is the elk calving closure period. I get that it doesn't align everywhere else, but I'm just following the guidance of CPW, so I'm looking around to board members for any thoughts on that.
I'm not sure which dates are which now. I'm confused which, you want to go for a longer date for calving rather than a shorter date? Is that what you're
Yes.
suggesting? I'm okay with going with the recommendation of CPW or environmental consultants working with the, ski company on that, or working with our advisors. So, I don't want to make a rule based on what we think might be better when perhaps it may not for some reason I don't understand. So I kind of want to go with the experts on that. So I don't know if that's a no or not.
Okay.
Because it may change. It could easily, they could change that by a week or two, one direction or the other, and I think it'd be easier just to go with their recommendation.
Who recommended July 15th, CPW or the USFS, or what was that?
CPW.
Well, they
That
are
was
the
their
experts.
comments on the Forest Service.
So they said
Plan.
July 15th.
Right.
Thank you for
Right.
catching that. Then I'd go with that then.
Could I make
I
one
do,
comment?
yeah, go ahead.
On their own documents, referring again both to Wildlife and Parks and Forest Service, it's not a calving area. They don't show it as a calving area on any of their maps.
That's true.
So I'm a little concerned that we would extend a prohibition to go into that area for a longer period of time when it's not even a recognized calving area. So I'm just perplexed by that.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. That's what I didn't understand.
Steve for Kevin.
Well,
Right,
and
it's-
there isn't,
yeah.
well, I won't go into it. It's exhaustively covered in the biological assessment and in the NEPA, so I'll leave it at that.
So I think I'll revise my statement to say that I don't think I need to touch that. I'm trusting the experts.
Okay, Mac, hi, welcome.
Just wanted to add one more point of clarification on that, on the subject. Within the Forest Service acceptance documents, there is actually no elk calving dates that are required. They received, obviously, the letter from CPW. They acknowledged receipt, they went through the process, and then they determined, per David's comments, since it was outside of the calving area, that no restrictions needed to apply. So the, I guess, proposal of going with other elk calving dates of other trails and other systems, you know, whether it's the government trail or the rim trail or whatever, other things like that, that's along the lines, and we felt was above and beyond what was originally required by the Forest Service, and hoped that that would be more of a middle ground that we could meet you at. So,
How soon can you get in there?
early June. Yeah, in a typical snow year. So,
Thoughts?
thank you.
I don't know enough to say anything about that.
Steve?
I'm fine with leaving the June date in there. I have seen a calf elk be born in the middle of Capitol Creek Road on the gravel portion, heavily traveled gravel portion.
Yikes.
So, you know, the elk will have their calves where they want, as long as, you know, I'm not so concerned about that having the July date.
All right. Let's move on. Other issues to get on the table. I'm noting we do have Steve's road proposal we'll need to wrestle with a little bit.
Right.
Greg?
Regarding the road, for me, I came away from that thinking that, once again, I would trust the recommendations of our county engineer, who I think reviewed this, and I think we're complicating it. If we're asking them to build a bridge where it really isn't necessary, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I would rather see it happen at their discretion and let them engineer it and solve the problem, because they're going to be the ones who are affected by the design. You know, if it's a problem, they're going to be the ones that have to deal with it, and so they're going to look for the best solution. And so I'm content with that. If they can avoid making an extra, you know, 400,000 gallons of snow or whatever it takes to fill it in, that's a savings, and that's an environmental benefit. Once again, I think that's us. I don't want to try to do their business for them here. So I'm thinking I would not really support making a requirement, although I think suggestions and proposals for ways of doing things are certainly welcome, and that's our purview. We can certainly propose it, but I wouldn't want to require it.
Plus
Thanks.
10 or 15 feet deep of snow is not gonna melt right away. It's gonna take a while. And so then that road won't be that usable, it seems to me. I mean, when I see how long it takes the half pipe to go away at Buttermilk, you're not gonna be driving trucks through that solid bridge of snow there in time to do work or open it up to the public.
I think I'm mistaking my memory here. So, remind me again that you're doing the traverse bridge, right, for folks to be able to, so they don't have to go down the current grade of the road.
That's what Steve's recommending.
Well, there's a summer and a winter condition.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the summer condition is adjusting that road slightly with grading.
Mm-hmm.
Pass through, the condition remains the same as it is today, with a slight realignment to the road. And then essentially that's providing a normal snow cover and a ski back condition to the gondola building.
Does it require taking that whole knoll out with those trees on top of it?
No.
No, it doesn't?
No.
Oh, I thought it did.
We're on the other side of that. It's really pretty much behind the gondola building, where it's bare terrain and gravel and a few other things.
Mhm.
And we don't have the kind of snowmaking back there, really, Steve, to do what you're describing. It would be the exact thing you didn't want to do, trying to make snow somewhere else and shove a whole bunch of it back there to create this different condition in the winter.
Okay.
Okay, and I know that some of the residents on the backside didn't like the idea of the Midnight Mine Road changing, the grade of it changing. So it's gonna be steeper as they're approaching the sun deck than it is now to accomplish what you're doing, but you might be able to lower the grade of the new summer road down, dig down there and get your fill from further up the hill and grade it down to fill in the Midnight Mine Road. So that you might be able to lessen the amount of fill needed by doing that, perhaps.
Perhaps.
I'm just trying to come up with a more palatable solution than the one you have proposed.
Yeah, I mean, the grades change very slightly. And from our record of comment, I think there was a lot of misinformation about the road being closed and they're, closing off the access and all these other things. And that is not the case. And I hope we corrected the record at this point. I don't know that slight grade change stuck in anybody's hat that we know of. But all those suggestions, Steve, I think Mac can definitely look at with GR and make sure everybody's really happy with how it's grading out. And
Well, I would appreciate that too, because I do remember from the site visit that was something that stood out to me when we were discussing it.
Yeah.
As well.
Yep. That's great.
Okay. Steve, you good? Okay.
Is that
I think that's a
please
master
go ahead
plan
and do that?
thing,
That's not
right?
a written condition in
No,
these?
that's not.
Okay.
There's
No,
so
no.
no change
Okay.
to the language, right, Steve?
No, I'm okay. We'll let the engineers figure it out when the time comes.
Super.
Using the existing wording.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Other items folks want to make sure are addressed.
Didn't John Ely have some that he wanted to? Didn't
What's
John
that?
Ely think we needed to? John, didn't you feel like we needed to make some changes? John Ely?
The changes that I heard the board specifically talk about that would be addressed in the revision would be to capture some of the representations made by the applicant during the presentations.
Mhm.
You stated as much already this evening, Francie.
Yeah. That's what I was referring to earlier, David, when I had said that you had said we're not planning on developing any more up there, and so we took that as a representation that you're not planning on developing more ski area up
Would
there.
that go in a recital?
Yeah, and I think the proposed language that, the ski co had asked for, the reference to the covenant in the ordinance,
Mhm.
basically is an additional recital.
Okay. So both of those, we'll
Right.
see. Okay. And that will show up in the ordinance language.
Correct.
Ordinance resolution. All right.
Does the representation to not develop further, that's in the ordinance, I would assume?
I guess we can look if it goes in the resolution as well, but definitely the ordinance.
Okay. Steve?
One thing I would like to see, I haven't seen it in here, but I think would be on, well, would be page 137 or 138 in the recitals, talking about when the Forest Service added the Pandora area to the ski area boundary, to kind of define, define a little bit better the history of the what happened in the past around the time you talk about when the rezoning to rural and remote happened, but you don't talk so much about when the Pandora was added to the permit boundary of the ski area, and when let's see, I guess you do talk about the master plan in 1998 somewhere in there, don't you?
Are you referencing the White River National Forest Master Plan, Steve?
No, I'm just talking about the recitals on the ordinance.
Yes, page
Right, but
137.
I think so. I think you're referring, when you said the 2002, I think that was the White River Forest, whichever plan that would be.
Okay, well, that would refer to the White River Forest plan when the ski area boundary was expanded to include that. I think that should be referenced in our ordinance.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. 11A through D just sort of references skiing, it references the rural and remote change, and then it goes to the 98 plan. You want to add the 2002 U.S. Forest Service Master Plan.
Yes, I think that's important because it's not like now in 2021 you're asking to expand the ski area the boundaries established by the Forest Service. You're using the boundary they determined back several decades ago. So, and I think that's important to call that out in the recitals.
Great.
Great. That satisfies me too on that.
Other items for folks? Did staff hear anything that they think we need to address?
The only thing I heard originally when Greg first started, thank you. The only thing I heard originally when Greg first created the motion was something about you wanted staff to bring back.
I think I was having trouble coming up with this list off the top of my head, as short as it is. I was thinking, well, do we need to have you come back to us again? But I think what I feel now is that I could probably amend my motion to include the articulation of these, conditions we're asking for, and then continue it to whichever a date certain, and that ComDev work with the applicant to expeditiously get this done, so we're ready to vote on it when it comes back. And if that, so I don't have anything else to add, but that's what I was trying to say. And then also just that, in the next 6 months, while we're going through a winter when it doesn't seem like any real activity, physical activity would happen, can we approve this in such a way that the ski company could actually begin their permitting processes and get their wheels turning while we still have a chance to hammer out the details of the plan? Does that make?
You mean the East Aspen Master Plan?
Yes, the East Aspen Master
Right,
Plan.
basically,
So
right.
what I'm thinking is I want to be able to direct ComDev to, this is an urgent, it's an urgent request, or we want you to focus on this for the next 6 months or whatever it takes. And at the end of which, hopefully, we'll all be farther along and
Got it. Okay.
you guys will be ready when the snow melts. That was my intention.
After the fails get their permit, they can start on this one.
After the which?
After the fails get theirs.
There's two things. Okay.
Oh.
Two things. I heard two things.
There's stuff in the pipipeline, but
All right, and I
this has
see
been in
John
the
Ely's
pipeline a
got
long
hand
time.
too.
I heard two.
Okay, John.
Did I?
Ely.
I think, Greg, that what the board has expressed as far as amendments and issues to be considered is clear enough, and the direction is clear enough. Really what you're talking about is simply a motion to continue, and at that continuous date, what we'll have is a resolution and an ordinance to be brought back to the board's consideration and
That's it.
adoption.
That's it. Thank you.
But once the approval's done, the master plan work will not affect these approvals.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So I don't need to complicate it there. Great.
No, the board can give staff direction at any time.
Right.
It's just that I wanted to make sure you understood that once something is approved, it's approved. It's out the door.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
So on page 175 of our packet, there is the today's request to approve on second reading. This is including the rural and remote ski rec restrictive covenant. And I don't know if that's been added into the language of the ordinance. I think that language somehow needs to be added in.
I think Suzanne has that on her notes.
Yep,
to
it
bring
has
back.
not been added yet, but right, we will add.
And I'm not sure exactly where it gets added, but that's, yeah, you figured that out.
All right. Anything else? Just remind me, this has been such a long conversation. Did we wrestle with the number of like trips up and down the front and the back side? And I feel like we did, but.
With
Early
trucks?
on.
Yeah.
Early on, yeah.
That's in the existing
It's in the
approved master
existing,
plan
right.
Okay,
already
got it.
And
done
yeah,
and
the
approved.
conditions
Because it
are
is
in there.
referred to again in this for the construction of Pandora's.
Correct.
Right, and there was a change in the conditions in this resolution to the resolution approved in 2019, sorry.
Okay. So this reflects the updated agreements and discussions with the neighborhood on what the construction management would facilitate.
It reflects a change in the logging plan mostly. So we reduced the amount of logging and we've stretched it out over a longer period of time. So it reflects that.
And probably some of that information we should probably capture more in kind of the recital, you know, I think maybe some of that's not necessarily conditions, but in the recitals to be specific to, right, that we've talked about the change in the alignment of the road and that's captured and that, right, that the logging plan as revised, so I think we should catch some of that stuff in the
Recitals in the
recitals.
resolution?
Yeah, in the resolution.
Did I leave something out, Cindy? No?
No,
Okay.
we're just trying to figure out dates, so.
Oh, got it. All right.
Okay. Anything else?
Can I read back what we have?
Yes.
Adding snowmaking in the AR10, but ensuring it's described as a special review process. Capturing some sort of representation of what we've talked about to not develop further on the ridge. And sorry, the snowmaking would be in both the ordinance and the resolution. Capturing some sort of representation, not develop more, for sure in the ordinance, perhaps in both. In recitals 11A through D in the ordinance, adding the U.S. Forest Service master plan. Adding the restrictive covenant language for sure in the ordinance, and I suppose probably in both. And then Suzanne added perhaps some additional recitals in the resolution, just kind of referencing, again, some of the things that have been talked about as far as resolving the road, changing the logging plan, etc. 5 things.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that good?
Okay, date?
All right, I will look for, yes, Steve.
Well, a question about the procedure. So if we continue this to a certain date, then we would have to pass the ordinance first on that date, but then would we take up the master plan amendments immediately at that point? And is that a 1 or a 2 reading thing then?
1.
Yeah, all that's been in front of you, so right, it's the resolution that's there today would be continued again. And I guess I look to John, I don't know if this is continuing on second reading or if you're, I don't know if you get into third readings or what that looks like.
I'm just continuing the second reading.
Okay.
Can you also
So-
tell us when we would close the public hearing?
So Greg
Public
made a
comment?
motion that I seconded, and I think Greg needs to amend his motion or withdraw it and then make a
Need
new
a
one or something.
substitute motion. We do need, Heather did raise the good point of reminding me of the thing I needed to be reminded of about public comment. If we want to continue to accept public comment, Perhaps after we set the date for the meeting, we can figure out, or, I don't know, we should figure out if we're gonna do another public hearing on this at the next meeting, or if we want to accept written public comment up to a period of time between today and the next meeting on this. We've had lots of public comment. We're hearing a lot of repeat public comment, so I think I'd be okay to leave the public written comment open for an, whatever interim period between now and the next meeting, but not reopen the public hearing. How do other folks feel?
I'm with you on that. I think we've heard it.
Is that okay?
And Kelly, what you would do is pick that date for the written comments to come in, and that would be the date the public comment is closed.
Okay. Do we need a motion on that or anything, or we just announce that now?
We have to do it now.
But do we make a motion on that, or do we just announce it?
You can close the public hearing anytime you want, but
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that you close it prospectively because we have not addressed talking about closing the written public comment yet. So given that people might be writing, let those written messages come in and then close it off at some date prospectively. And at that closed date, that's when the record is closed, and we won't open it up for public comment at the next meeting.
John Peacock, you're squinting at me.
So, John, let me take a crack, because I think there's some confusion in the room here around it. So if we were to suggest continuing this to November 17th, which is the date we've been tossing around just side to side here, what you would suggest is that we close off
Microphone.
that we close off the public hearing portion, say November 15th, if we need that to collect it in time for the meeting on the 17th.
Let's say the 10th. Let's give
Or the
I would
10th.
say the 10th, yeah.
The 10th. Okay, in time for it to go into the packet then. So does that help with the board? So I think staff, John, unless you have any objections, we would recommend continuing this to the 17th of November with comments to be accepted up till November 10th.
Okay. And I will look for a motion in vein, which will substitute for the motion to approve.
So moved.
What's the motion?
So the motion is to continue this,
Want me to make a
the
motion?
public hearing on the ordinance and the resolution until November 17th. However, we will also close the public comment on November 10th.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. Thank you. And is that okay for applicant?
We're just conferring here
discussion?
before we vote on that. Is
It's
that the
just
wrong-
a note that you do have a number of items on that 17th agenda. However, we don't think that this one will be that long, given the changes that you've made. Although we've been wrong about that in the past.
I know, that's true.
We haven't
Good
voted
job,
yet.
Well, put it at the end. We won't have fresh minds at all.
Don't open the champagne yet.
Okay.
We haven't.
All right, I'm not seeing any further discussion. So, all in favor of the motion to continue, please say aye.
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 All right, we got that. Do I have to do that again for the resolution, John, or is that assumed on both? Okay, let's do
Need
it
a
again.
motion?
So I need a motion to continue the resolution on the amended ski area master plan to November 17th. We will also close the public comment on November 10th.
So moved.
Thank you,
Seconded.
Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, thank you all. Okay, well, that concludes the Pandora's item of business. Thank you all for hanging in there. Our board still has the matter of open discussion. So, I will look to John Peacock.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Thank you. All right.
You'll be happy to know I did not save up a bunch of items for you. I don't have any additional open discussion for you tonight.
Any? None at all?
I have one.
Okay,
Just
sir.
very briefly.
What?
Is there a gas station in Thomasville?
No, I
good
don't think there
question.
is.
Okay. Just
Is that a
checking.
trivia
I'm
question?
not 100% sure, but
Okay,
I
so
don't
the
think so.
sheriff goes to
Steve would know.
Thomasville and he runs out of gas. What does he do?
He calls Greg Postman to bail him
If he's
out.
driving an
Just
electric
that.
vehicle, he just plugs it in. Okay.
They do have
More
electricity.
complicated than
I
that.
should have said.
I will
All
tell you
right.
about my trip to Montana.
Oh, yeah, I do want to hear.
Any other
Range
for
anxiety.
open discussion?
That's it.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Second.
Thank you, Francie. She beat you to it, Steve. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right.